I just finished speaking with my mom, and let me tell you guys, my mom said they went to Papiri because from Papiri to where we are staying is not even up to 15 minutes. They went there because my sister Anuli is in that school. She's currently in secondary school in that school. They went there and it was more than 200 students. They picked up more than 200 people in that school. Some are 4 years, 3 years, some are 4 siblings, some are 3 siblings. They picked up all these people and they tied them like sheep and goats walking inside bush. They tied them. My mom said people that were coming to that school, some parents that were coming to that school through the road, through the bike, that they saw them. They saw them they saw their kids on the road walking inside bush. They were tied like goats, like sheep. This is getting out of hand. More than 200 people were kidnapped this morning. More than 200. And Anwuli, she was so lucky to escape because they in secondary school that they didn't get to secondary school part. They got to the primary school section and they jumped fence. Anwuli is currently in the house now. Just finished speaking with my mom. They jumped fence. Most of their classmates jumped fence. They were able to capture the little children, 4, 3, 5 years. That was the people they kidnapped. And according to my mom, they saw plane. Plane. How did bandits get plane? How?
Okay, good day everybody, all lovers of freedom. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am one of the lawyers to Nnamdi Kanu. I'm here with my colleagues, Maxwell Opara, PhD, and this Ijoma Egbetokun, Esquire. We just came out from visiting the State Security Service department of the FCT, and we have been informed by the Director of Operations that Nnamdi Kanu is no longer in their custody. He has been moved to a safe correctional facility in Sokoto State. So right now, Nnamdi Kanu is now in Sokoto State, and our challenge anyway in this is that most of the documents he's supposed to file in Abuja Court of Appeal, he may not be able to file it anymore because he needed to file processes at the Court of Appeal to challenge the judgment that was delivered yesterday by the Federal High Court Judge, Honorable Justice James Omotosho. And moving him to Sokoto is now going to act as an impediment to his filing those appeal processes. But in any case, we are guaranteed and assured that where he is in Sokoto is safe for him at the moment. And we are hoping and praying that he could be relocated back here in Abuja, where we believe is safer for him and much better for him to pursue his appeal. Thank you very much.
By the special grace of God, the appeal will be ready for filing by next week. So that is the position. Thank you.
Thank you.
With mercy. The court is moved by chapter 23, verse 23 of Matthew, in the book of Matthew, to the fact that who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and has omitted the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. This you ought to have done, particularly, and must notice the words in Matthew 23 and verse 23, the word mercy. Our Lord himself is merciful. No matter what we do, he is a merciful God. It is on that note that the court will follow this above admonition of Jesus Christ in the above passage and show mercy to the convicts. In addition, the death penalty globally is now being frowned upon by the international community. Consequently, and in the interest of justice, I hereby sentence the convicts to life imprisonment for the said counts 1, 4,
Cameras. today? You didn't bring it before. You brought it today. Show me where it says you can try me on a repeat law. Show me. Show me where it says you can try me on a repeat law. I said, show me. Show me. Show me. No, leave it. Leave it. Leave it. I said, leave it. It's a court of law. I'm under trial. I'm under trial and I have to speak. I'm under trial and I have to speak. Listen to me. Listen to me, please. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. And I must address the court. Wait. No, listen to me. Please. The judge must listen to me. No. Wait. I'm asking a very simple question. No. Wait. Please. Look, this is Supreme Court. Wait, hold on. This is Supreme Court here. Hold on a second. Hold on. I said, hold on. Please. This is not a court of law. It's not a court of law. What you're doing is not law. You don't know the law. Show me. I said, show me where you have the right to waive my right to final address. Show me. It's what the Constitution says. Show me. Show me. You cannot show me. You cannot show me. You cannot show me because you don't know the law. You can't show me. Wait, hold on. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me. People who don't know law, show me where it says you can waive my right. Show me the place I'm asking you. Show me. Show me. Show me. Which law says you can try me an unwritten law? Show me. You cannot show me. And you're a judge. You claim you're a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the final written address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right to waive my final written address? Which law gave you that right? Nonsense. You can try this with me. You try with me. You are mad. What's this one doing here? What are you 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 doing here? This is the idiot that attacked me. This is the fool that attacked me. That's the idiot that attacked me. That's the fool. Don't touch me. Don't push me. I'm going. Don't touch me. I'm warning you. Don't touch me. I'm warning you. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I said, don't touch me. Don't. Smart people. You don't know law. Show me where it says you can waive my right to final address. Show me the law. Show me the law. Omotosho, show me the law. You don't know law. They are remoting you. You are writing rubbish. Show me the law. Unaddressed affidavit. You say you go to doing their job for them. God will punish you now and forever. Any judgment, let it be on record. Any judgment in this court is rubbish.
An injustice to one is an injustice to all. And those who clap for injustice, by the special grace of God, you will one day have a taste of it. Terrorists and bandits are going up and down, doing all sorts of havoc in northern Nigeria, in eastern Nigeria, in western Nigeria. Some weeks ago, they entered Kwara State and killed Christians inside the church. Anke Shesu, inside the church. Weeks ago, Anje KB, Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School Maga, and abducted 25 pupils and killed their principal. Where is Leah Sharibu today? Where is Leah Sharibu? Where is Leah Sharibu? Deborah was set ablaze in Sokoto. And to my greatest surprise, lawyers came out. Not that they were hidden. They came out openly to defend those Islamic extremists, the mobs that set her ablaze. What is the justice we are talking about here? Nnamdi Kanu is the least of our problems in this country. Is the least of our problems. Our brothers, our fathers are being sent, soldiers are being sent to die for nothing. You all saw the general that was killed. So where is the justice that we are talking about? Where is the justice? Nnamdi Kanu shine masalamu a Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu shine masalamu a Nigeria. Allah fa yana kallon mu. Allah yana kallon mu. God is watching. God is watching. Everyone that is seeing the injustice in this country, that is clapping hand for it, I pray for you this morning. You and your family will have a taste of injustice. You and your family will have a taste of injustice. Christians are being unalive every day in Benue, in Plateau, in Niger. Just name it. People are living in fear. Christians who are converting are living in fear. They are after their life. Everywhere is fear. Bandits are coming out to make live videos. A lot of Islamic scholars are coming out openly to have a meeting with bandits. And up till today, nobody have called them for questioning. Sana imudan mutum ya tashi ya yi defending kanshi za a zo lokacin ne aka san justice. Where is the justice system we are talking about here? Nnamdi Kanu, you see our problem? Is Nnamdi Kanu our problem? You people are not going after those who are killing people, who are coming out to do live videos, who are coming out to openly sympathize with terrorists and bandits. We have seen a lot of terrorist sympathizers openly. For questioning, but God is watching. God is watching. Everyone that is supporting injustice in this country, Father, in the name of Jesus, I decree they shall have a taste of it. Their family members will have a taste of it. Their children will have a taste of injustice. Their loved ones will have a taste of injustice. In the name of Jesus, release Nnamdi Kanu.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. It's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will hand you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will hand you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So let me control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
All right, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. It's Saturday, November the 22nd, 2025. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I'm glad that you made the time to be here with us. This is Have Your Say 247. All right, every Saturday at this time, we come together to discuss issues in the news. And this week is special because Nigeria is bleeding. That's the trending word. Nigeria is bleeding. There are a lot of things going on in the country to the point that people essentially asking the president to resign, that he's lost control of the country. It has never been like this before. There are issues about students being kidnapped in schools, that all the unity schools across the country are closed. Places in Plateau, Benue, Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, incidents of insecurity is so wide and so vast that people feel that this is a turning point. And it's something that a lot of people are talking about. We want to hear your view on what's going on, your perspective on whether the country is going over the edge at this point. Also, outside the country, in the United States, they were hearing about the issue of genocide in Nigeria. The U.S. Congress had a meeting where they discussed that Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Ribadu, met with the Secretary of War in America, Pete Hegseth, in Washington to discuss what America can do to help Nigeria deal with that problem. So that is going on. At the same time, we heard from Benue State Governor who claimed that there is no genocide in Benue State. Let's listen to them.
Not take that away from me. I am still a Reverend Father. I came in as a governor, as a Reverend Father. I am working with the fear of God and the compassion of Christianity and humanity And at the end of the day, I'm still going back to the church as a reverend father and a good Christian. So that is for the record. We need to understand this. In my state of Benue, we don't have any religious, any ethnic, any racial, any national or state genocide. We don't have that. Do we have a number of insecurities in the state? Yes, we do. But it is not a genocide. Someone would need to go through there to check the United Nations definitions for this. Have we lost a number of people? Yes. We have at different stages. If I've given you a background of the challenges we've had many years ago, we're talking about the agro-pastoralists, I don't know if you heard this. And then we're talking about the agro-farmers, typical farmers. So it began like playing like joke, and then it went over and then just continued to some huge proportions. But that does not fit into the parameters of a genocide. So for those who seek to politicize everything, there is no genocide in Benue State. But we have security challenges in.
All right. The question now is, where do we go from here? And that's the conversation we're going to have. Genu Adams weighed in on that. Let's listen.
Within Nigeria's southwest,
well, we are in a situation that our country is in a serious security threat. What is happening in most of the states now call for concern. We got an information on a very serious authority that we have been highly infiltrated in the southwest.
There is already an infiltration.
Infiltration.
By who?
By these terrorists in most of the communities in Yoruba land. You know, Kogi and Kwara, just like a buffer zones to southwest. And what they are doing in Kogi and Kwara is just a test of ground to start the major attacks in the southwest. The information in our disposal is that they want to attack Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos State.
Oyo, Ekiti, Ondo, and Lagos State. You have it on good authority.
Yeah, Ondo, Ekiti, and Lagos State.
Who are these people?
Well, those are the people that you are seeing that are attacking various places in Nigeria.
Are they of any particular, tribal extraction?
Well, in some cases you call them bandits. In some cases you call them Fulani headmen. But when you are talking of international terrorist organization, we have ISIS and ISWAP in Nigeria. We have Boko Haram too. And the three name was just a popular name, but different pocket of groups break from those organizations. And I can tell you authoritatively that this thing is being coordinated by some foreigners. It goes beyond Nigerians. And one of the reasons behind this attack is three issues. It's religion motivated, it's economic motivated, and ethnicity is there. And different groups have their own way of target on the basis of their own ideology. When you see the crisis is flowing from the northeast to the northwest, north centers. And I was surprised when I heard the governor of Benue State that there was no Christian genocide in the state yesterday. I was shocked. And the governor was a religion leader before he became a governor of the state. Even we that was not living in Middle Belt, we are being worried, seriously concerned about the incident that is happening in Benue State and Plateau State. And on a daily basis, we got information of attack from different communities. And I don't know how this man want to classify genocide. When a race is attacking other race and try to wipe them out of the system or from the state or community, there is no way you can classify it as genocide.
All right, so we are going to start our conversation today on some of these issues we mentioned. There are other issues in the news, like the problem in APC, PDP, which is ongoing. The conflict between Olusegun Obasanjo and Ayo Fayose when they had their. Those are minor issues today. In a normal week, there will have been major issues for us to discuss. But right now, there are bigger things that we are worried about. So one thing I left out is the number one issue, which is the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu to life in prison. He's been taken to Sokoto prison, where he is currently being kept. So that is the main stories in the news, and we are going to let our people in, and we will begin the conversation. Today we plead with people to be mindful of time. We're expecting a lot of people joining us, and we want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. And of course, you have to be willing on this program to listen to people who are going to say something you may not agree with. It's the nature of the conversation. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We are coming live from New York. Thank you. All right. So let me start with okay, I believe that's the person that sends that. Sorry, the person that sent this super chat says, "I'm careful what I say here, since Dr. Damage's show is now officially evidence used in sending one to prison in now a disgraced country." So I think what he was referring to was when the judge, in his judgment, the delivery of his judgment on Nnamdi Kanu, he mentioned parts of an interview I had with Nnamdi Kanu years ago. Let's listen to that part.
Sahara TV contained in Exhibit PWW. The defendant was interviewed by one Rodolphe Okonkwo. He was introduced as the founder and director of Radio Biafra. When the defendant appeared on the screen, his nameplate was Nnamdi Kanu, director Radio Biafra. While speaking on the national conference in Nigeria, which was organized at that time, the defendant mentioned the name of some of the representatives from the Southeast as the conference, and he said, "If you go there and negotiate any other thing apart from Biafra, you better not come back, because our people will be waiting for you." That very person, unquote. When he was asked about the consequence for this representative, including one Ike Nwanchuku, the defendant was unequivocal when he said, "Things have changed, and that because the only language that people in the zoo understand is language of violence and force. After all, that very contraction was put together by Frederick Lugard by force. That is what many people don't understand. Lugard killed many people to put Nigeria together, and the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to the zoo. It is a promise. It is a pledge. Also a threat to them. They must understand it, that we have had enough of this nonsense. Unquote. It is not noteworthy that defendants in the said interview kept referring to the southeastern part of Nigeria as Biafra. The defendants made some comments, such as the governor of the southeastern states being the stooge of Hausa Fulani godfathers. He even stated that Rochas Okocha, former governor of Imo, had institutionalized the entire state to satisfy his Hausa Fulani godfather. He said nobody had asked Governor Peter Obi about Izu River and the person dumped in the said river. Further, during the interview, defendants, while answering a question about whether he will embrace a peace separation or choose a violent path, stated at about 7 minutes 30 second mark of Sahara TV interview in exhibit PWW, which is a flash drive containing all its broadcasts, said, and I quote, "If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo called Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you," unquote. He also made reference to the Nigeria Civil War when he said, in 1967 to 1970, is not 2010 to 2015. Then we had scientists, but now we have people who can make things happen even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring a warning that we are not joking.
All right.
8 minutes mark in the flash. He said, "I do not believe in peaceful actualization of whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you will become free by peaceful means," unquote. The defendant also lent support for violent acts when he said he welcomed what a group known as Biafra Zionist group did when they unleashed violence at the Enugu State Government House. He even said he hoped more people will come out to join his group to overthrow the corrupt and inept persons in administration of the government, stating that Biafra must exist and it is their right to make sure it happens.
All right, that's enough. Again, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to this important conversation. If you're in the studio, turn on your camera, then I can bring you up. One of our requirements is that your camera will be on before we bring you up. All right, also here, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo and Dr. Damages. And thank you very much for the guests that are here, brilliant guests. I hope Kene is here today. And first of all, the judge.
No, we've not started discussion, anything. We're here to start.
Introducing.
Yeah, I know who you are, and what I wanted to, the way of just to introduce people is to, is there anything that you're watching? I mean, in the news. I know we don't have a lot of time today to go into several things, but if you mention, if there's anything you are watching, reactions or anything that you want to talk about, you can talk about it now. For instance, I didn't mention the reactions. There are reactions from the one that was interesting was the reaction from Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, the governor of Abia State, reacted saying that he has set in motion ways to see make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is freed. So there are several reactions. But what are you watching along the line of the stories we talked about, or anything outside it?
Yeah, I was more like I wasn't in shock because I was expecting it. I was expecting this kind of judgment. My reaction, first of all, was, okay, as a setup so that we'll go into violence in the east, and they'll drag the entire soldiers, entire Nigerian military in the east, and kill as many people as they want to kill. But I think that what I saw was some people on TV upset, and I had a commentary. One U.S. official, congressman, that really what he said was Nigeria need to get their acts, because this is not a judgment. And they even mentioned the judge quoting the Bible to sentence somebody. And he said, I've never seen that in my many years of life, and in my years in government, and my years of watching world governments, courts around the world. No court ever used the Bible to sentence as defendant. So he said that, and that's when I went back to review that Matthew 23:23 to see what he said. And so when during the conversation, when we go into real conversation, maybe we'll go back to there. I got some things to say about that. I wrote an article about that. I haven't published it yet. I'm gonna publish it today, later in the evening, and about that Matthew 23:23.
Yeah, thank you. I'm being told that the setting of the show today is different. I'm seeing something different here. I have no idea how this happened, but I think maybe when we take a break, we will fix it for those who are noticing something different.
Yeah, is it a double vision or something?
Yeah, I think the stream here, they're changing things. So maybe there's something we have to handle. I don't know how it appears where you are, but we are seeing two different things on screen. All right. Yeah. Mr. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Good. A lot has happened. But what actually is bothering me is the quality of education we are giving our children in Nigeria. If a high court judge cannot read a judgment he supposedly composed, what is going on? Did they compose the judgment for him? This is one thing I cannot understand. Somebody made me understand that he attended Olabisi Onabanjo University. During my primary school days, we had what we call Oxford English Reader, where they narrate stories. They taught us how to read, and we were reading fluently. I mean, this is a university graduate, having obtained his degree in law. He went to Nigerian law school, and he could not read the judgment he supposedly composed by himself, because he tried the case, so he's the one who is to compose the judgment, unless he wants to tell us that his hands were tied, like that of Showe Mimo in Awolowo's time. The judgment was given to him to read. If that is the case, then we can understand. But that is not even the case, because you can pick up a book, even as difficult as Wole Soyinka's The Man Died. For the first time, you should be able to read it fluently as a university graduate. You've read quite a lot. So what is happening to our educational system? So this is what is actually bothering me, because as far as Nnamdi Kanu's case, kidnapping and others is concerned, I'm not too worried for one reason. Some time ago, on the Voice of the People radio station, one Mr. Barrister Darlington tongue-lashed me when I told him that Nigeria as a country has collapsed. He tongue-lashed me. And I'm very surprised to even hear the man on YouTube nowadays complaining about the system. I remember also in, I think, 1 John chapter 2, verse 17, the writer said, the world is passing away, and so are its desires. But he that doeth the will of God remains forever. Nigeria has passed away, and so are the desires of Nigeria and Nigerians. It is those who prepare for the new Nigerian republics that will reap the benefit of the passing away of Nigeria. The country is finished. The president has lost control. And I do not know what they can do to reconcile the various ethnic groups, because If Nnamdi Kanu was jailed and you now send him to Sokoto prison of all places, it speaks volume because we expect the government to effect reconciliation, to reconcile the various ethnic groups. This man has been vehemently opposed to the people of Sokoto, and now you remove him from Kuje prison and you are sending him to Sokoto prison. What is your intention? Is it to reconcile the people? The country is finished, the country has expired. So it is those who are prepared for the new Nigerian republics that will reap the benefit of this monumental rot we are grappling with. That is all I have to say. Let other people speak, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. Ernest, you are next.
Hello, Rudolph. Good morning. Are we talking about Nnamdi Kanu?
No, wait. What I'm trying to do is, if there are issues in the news in the last 1 week that I did not touch in my introduction and topics I brought out, you can bring it up now.
Okay. Because yesterday, Trump doubled down about Nigeria being a disgraced country. And also this morning, I listened to Fox News when Riley Moore was talking about how they're going to cooperate with Nigerian government to stop Christian genocide. So these are the latest I know, apart from Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing up Trump and his reaction. He continues to say that Nigeria is in a terrible situation, that is a disgrace. So all the efforts by the National Security Advisor, who is here, Inspector General of Police is also here in Washington, D.C. area. They are meeting Congress people. They met with the Secretary of War. It doesn't look like it's making impact at the end where Trump is. Let's listen to part of that discussion.
Nigeria CPC designation last March. Thankfully, President Trump listened, and he made his decision based on two criteria. One, under the International Religious Freedom Act, that these were severe violations of religious freedom, and that the government of Nigeria, President Tinubu, was either actively engaged or tolerating these violations. Those are the criteria of the IRF Act.
All right, that's not the part I wanted to play, but let's continue the conversation. Let me hear from, who is next? The Fulani boy. Let's see, I'll bear with me today. The technical issues, we'll resolve it as soon as my technical people get back here. Let me go to Fulani boy, just because he's in Nigeria. I think he came in before you, Oti. After him, Oti, I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Okay. Like the other guest said, Nigeria is not a theocratic state, so I don't think it is proper to justify somebody's act using religion basis. It is happening in the north, like using Sharia to sentence somebody, but nationally, I don't think it is appropriate to use religious scripture and sentence somebody based on that. Because only theocratic state. Nigeria is not Iran. Nigeria is a secular country constitutionally. So every judgment should be done in a secular way. I don't support quoting religion. I don't support Sharia courts. Neither do I support a court that will be using religion to justify the crime committed by somebody or use it as a justification for their action that they take. And I'm also concerned about Nigerian education system, of course. Yes, I've been a teacher, public school teacher for 10 years. 2 years private school teacher at the American University of Nigeria. I have been a counselor, so I know the difference in quality of education in both private and public sector, and it is something to be worried about. I don't know what legacy these politicians are trying to teach us again, given what is happening and the younger generation that are coming, they are given position based on their surname or political affiliation or the religion they profess. I don't think that is good for our education system. I don't think that is good for us as a country. So the other topics about Donald Trump, about genocide, about Nnamdi Kanu sentences, when we get to that, I will express my view on that. Thank you.
Thank you, the Fulani boy. Let's hear from Oti.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm normally not in. I mean, I don't normally have a lot to say, but and that's not to say that I don't think about these things. Right. I think to say that Nigeria is in crisis is an understatement. And one thing one must ask or wonder, at least, is where is the commander in chief? So, when is he gonna come out and address the nation? It's quite unusual. I mean, I don't see where this kind of thing happens in a country, where you have a president or a prime minister, and with the level of killings, and then the commander in chief does not come out and address the people, reassure them that the government is there for them. So that's one remarkable thing. Now coming to the other major event of the week, and I would say the outcome did not surprise me, but my take on that is it offers us opportunity, the nation, Igbo people. I think what has come to the fore is this, that I mean, all the speeches that Nnamdi Kanu made, whether you agree with him or not, at least the events that are unfolding are really, if like a vindication of, quote unquote, his prophecies. So I don't think anybody is in any doubt now that we have real crisis in Nigeria. So it gives some people, a cause for self-reflection. We should not allow the crisis go to West. Where do we go from here? That's really the real question for me. The IPOB, the movement, has done some service. Okay, that's them. You cannot. There's something useful has come out of it. Okay, now because as I said, bringing things to the fore, no longer can anybody pretend or feign ignorance about the deep, malaise, the serious problems we have as a country. If you like, the unsustainability of the country so there should be no doubt about that. I mean, seeing what is going on. So that's as somebody myself, coming from from the part of Nigeria, Southeast, I think is an opportunity for self-reflection. I mean, this is the struggle is not it hasn't come to an end. When I mean struggle, is a struggle for fairness, for justice, for equity. This kind of thing you cannot you cannot wish them away. It's just deep in the human psychology, social psychology, and in the sense of if like a sense of people's identity, and it's their right, is in their humanity to actually to demand and hunger for justice and equity So, and without that, really, there cannot be any nation. So that's where we are at this kind of critical juncture. So I did mention that IPOB has done some service, a good, useful service. This question of Nigeria, okay, that question has to be addressed. It can't be avoided forever. So the judge, the idea that a political movement is going to be prescribed, a movement that is mostly, in fact, not just mostly, that is peaceful. A movement, a campaign for self-determination. Why should that be a crime? Say prescribed in a democracy. On what basis? So now, but okay, let me. I was this morning. A classmate of mine. He's actually a high court judge in Alia. He's a very good judge. So just one comment. Of course, he did not. He was not. He wasn't the trial judge, and he has not claimed to be familiar with the quality of the evidence or everything. But at least one thing he was clear about and categorical about is the error made by the judge. And do you know what that error is? The law gave the judge the only option of a death sentence. So because it doesn't have a discretion. Law can prescribe what the sentence for a particular crime is, and if you don't have a discretion, you just have to impose that sentence. So that is an error on his part. And then what that means is if Nnamdi Kanu appeals the sentence, the state can cross appeal and demand for death sentence, which the law specifies as the sentence for the crime. So you see, that's where we are, and I think that's my comment. That's kind of overview at this point.
All right. Thank you. I think OT has moved us into having full conversation, so we move on. Anybody that comes on, we weigh in from any angle what they want to talk about, their take on what happened. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu's life imprisonment. Comparable facts.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Dr. Damage, I'm not trying to tell you how to moderate your platform. I thought what we are doing is introduction, like the Fulani boy did. Then we can go, but you let OT keep on going, or what's going to be the topic? I mean, that's just my opinion. I think you're not doing it right.
Comparable facts. Leave it to me. What I did was that as we were doing the introduction, I was seeing more people coming in. I had to weigh the time we have and the time we are, and I felt like it's okay for OT to continue. Don't slow down. Just follow my lead.
I have to say my piece. But having said that, when my turn comes, I'm going to speak. But I just
your turn is here now. Now it's your turn, and we're talking about the issue. No, we are not into this.
Okay. But I still have something to say before I say that thing. So just give me my time, because that's why I came in. The reason why I came in is that it's twofold. One is in America, one is in USA. It's not going to take me more than a minute. Then I will go to the main topic. There's a generation shift in my beloved Republican, because at this time Republican is facing a generation rift. As the younger ones of the party is moving more to the right, while the establishment, is trying to maintain the principle of engaging in international issues. If you look at what's actually going on, the populace, which is the younger one, they are viewing, the politics as isolationist, radical, that's the way they're looking at it. And you see what happened yesterday. Marjorie Taylor, one of the highest supporters of Trump, resigned. So I hope a Republican can get their act together, because there's a lot of weight. So having said that, we are talking about what's going to happen in our country. So that's why I pivot to UK. If you see what's going on in UK right now, UK has embarked on the largest deportation ever. Where they are raiding everywhere. It's going to be the highest deportation beginning next week since World War II. So they are emulating what's happening in America, but they're taking it to a different level. So Nigeria is scrambling. The point I'm trying to make, we need to focus on our country. Nobody's safe, even at home. Most of us are safe or whatever, but it's something we need to think about. So that's it for that. So if you want me to go ahead and make my speech?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. what actually happened yesterday was expected. Some people may say, because Nnamdi Kanu didn't have his judge, the lawyers representing him. Yeah, I see the fault in that, but in my own opinion, that couldn't have make any difference, because the way the law is applying, that's so called Nigeria, has always have always has a political factor. That's why we have an uneven law in that country. Before that man before the judge made the pronunciation, there's no doubt in me that he has to inform the executive, because the judiciary is a subsidy to the executive. We don't have any judiciary in that country, so you must have phoned Tinubu or the executive. This is this is what we decided, or it has already been predetermined. So it doesn't really matter whether a lawyer or lawyer. This is that's how it's going to be. We can come here and argue whether some of the charges is actually factual or whatever. Some of them they say he instigated riot, making bomb, and some of that is. I'm not going to read everything here. But if you look at what happened before then, Asamudoku, he has admitted that he's one of those perpetuating the unknown gunmen in the southeast. Uzodinma has come out and said, it was political motivated. So there's nothing like unknown gunmen. And moreover, the highest corporate that was our former president, which I consider to be a silent genocider. He has a sting operation in the southeast going on because he despised the southeast. So he perpetuated all those crimes we're having over there at that particular time. If you look, since Tinubu has still, somebody said it, but I actually believe it. Since Tinubu came in, I'm not a fan of Tinubu. Since Tinubu came in about 2.5 years ago, the violent rate has subsided. I'm not saying there's no killing or whatever. If you look at the empirical data, the violence we have in terms of death is comparable to the South-South, a little bit higher than the, I can just give a figure. Let's assume in the Southwest you have about 400 dead in the last 2 years. In the South-South, you probably have about 500. In the Southeast, 600. So they are comparable. So the point I'm trying to make is that the violence has drastically subsided. It was done. So it has nothing to do, in my own opinion, about this and whether it was Nnamdi Kanu did it or not. So I'm not here to substitute. But what they actually charge him, I'll be very specific. Those instigation, and incitement, if you look at the definition of that, that's considered to be a terrorist. Did he do it or not? That's debatable. I don't know. But the judge, in terms of whether there's it, because people are saying incitement is not a terrorist act. Yes, it's a terrorist act. So we can debate whether he did it or he didn't. But like I said, Nigeria has no law. If anybody can come here and tell me, that's why I'm so upset, because of the uneven law. If anybody can come here and tell me and give me an example where somebody has been incited, violent, and he or she was given a death sentence. I've not seen it. I've been doing my research. Forget about the terrorists or whatever. So you can't be just holding Nnamdi Kanu. You can't holding what's actually happened in the north. They actually, committed the act. The Nnamdi Kanu own is an incitement. So that's why I said the law in Nigeria is uneven. In my own opinion, whatever anybody can think about it, the trial that happened, day before yesterday was a political trial, and the action was political. It was deliberate. So I don't care what anybody says. Just the jurisdiction or whatever they put out there doesn't make any sense. It's already decided. So that's why I have and I have another issue, because when they moved Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto, I began to think this was planned, because what they have done right now, is an entrapment to the southeast. They want to, provoke the violence that was there before 2 or 3 years ago. They want to, reinvent it. That's what I think that actually happened. But I pray my brothers and sisters in the southeast doesn't take the bait and start, violent or whatever. We need to be calm or whatever. Hopefully we see what's going to happen. But how can you send this man to the Sokoto of all place? You know what I do? There's a human right component to that, because you're supposed to have access to your family. When they move you from the...
We can't hear you. Comparable facts. You're muted. I think.
Oh, okay. Did it?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Just now.
Oh, okay. So what they did was intentional. Moving into Sokoto. That's why kind of confirm what I've been thinking. It's an entrapment to the southeast. It was deliberate done. Why moving him to Sokoto? Can anybody give me an evidence why they moved him to Sokoto? We have this terrorist operate. I think it's in a nutshell, he meant to isolate his family. So maybe he can stay there and die or whatever without anybody close to him. That's the way I see it. But Nigeria is not. Nigeria is not. They already plateau whatever they want to do. Nigeria is not heading the right way right now, because if you look at Nigeria, they have become an international, talking point. Everybody's talking about it. I don't know if you saw what happened in the Congress yesterday. The black guy from the 10th district, Michigan district, the black guy. I think his name is James Jones. He tried to connect what's happening in Nigeria about the Christian. He tried to make it a Christian religion. He tried to make it a religion genocide, because when he was speaking about what we are doing of the Fulani terrorists, he mentioned something about Nnamdi Kanu. So we might be going what they consider to be Christian versus Muslim. That's the way the American Congress is looking at it right now. So it's not, it's not going to be good for Nigeria. And Tinubu is not going to do anything, because he is not going to do anything. Tinubu is a captured president. Let's call it what it is. What I mean by a captured president, he is doing the bidding of some ethnic bloc, and the ethnic bloc, who are they? The Northerners, for political gain. He is a captured president, not just isolated president, but he's captured, and that's what he's doing. He's not going to do anything. You can come here and say he sent people here to America. America know what happened. They're not stupid. I mean, the world is global. They know everything. They even know about the 25 or 100 girl that was kidnapped somewhere yesterday. They know everything that's happening. They even know more than the Nigerians know. Even the so-called Tinubu know. They know more than them. So let's not deceive ourselves, okay? Hopefully they can come. I want them to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the record, comparable facts, because you complained that we don't give you time. You spent almost 9 minutes. Osi, welcome. Yanes. Meet yourself, Osi.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I heard some snippets of the discussion. So I'm just going to weigh in on the ones I heard.
Weighing on what you think, your reaction to what happened, the judgment and everything, any angle you want to take.
Yeah, so, well, thank you. It's interesting because I think one of the things, whenever we bring up any topic in Nigeria, for example, people are always compelled to take sides, meaning it has to be either you're on one side or you take the other ones. But some of us also believe that two truths, sometimes even three, can coexist. I'm not going to, what do I mean? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, I was so surprised by the judgment because the real truth is that Nnamdi Kanu was just not an innocent bystander. IPOB did a whole lot of things that had real consequences. Whether he did it directly or indirectly, whether it's those that listen to his sermon or those that, carry out activities in his name, the fact is that there are significant, not just human, but economic tolls. People died. Even as we speak now, there are communities that, people can't even get to their village due to some of these actions. Of course, we all know about the lockdowns and what happens to those that try to defy the lockdowns. And of course, over time, you have folks like Simon Ekpa, who became a breakaway faction of IPOB and started doing their own in their own way. So what I'm trying to say in essence is I am not totally surprised that the federal government doesn't let him go. Now, I don't know that the offense that he committed is the type that merits the death sentence that the Nigerian prosecutor wanted, or that it even warrants him to be given a life sentence. But then I'm not a lawyer. I don't have all the facts of the case. Even if I do, I don't know how the law applies in that one. But that's just one side of the story. We have to go back to the issue of justice and even how this IPOB thing started. And to their credit, when IPOB started, it wasn't violent, It was just a simple agitation because Kanu, just like many Igbos, they don't like, the place of the Igbo man in the Nigerian society. So that was the whole point of the agitation. They were peaceful, as many others were. I mean, he may be in UK, you know, he has his own way of delivering his messages, but he wasn't violent. But then, just like the federal government of Nigeria treats everything about the South is different, they came down with high-handedness, went down, started arresting people who were just peacefully demonstrating. Now, this time, IPOB didn't even have guns and all those kind of stuff. So if IPOB later became what they labeled them as a terrorist organization, it was the making of the federal government of Nigeria. Because at the time, they were arresting IPOB and doing all those kind of stuff. You have the Niger Delta militants. You have people like Asari Dokubo. You have people like a government Tompolo. They were destroying oil installation and doing all those things. But what did the federal government of Nigeria do? They found a way to negotiate with them. And at the end of the day, they gave billions of contracts to these guys. We just witnessed when Tompolo gave, I believe it was like almost 14 billion naira to one campaign they were doing in Delta. How did he make all those money? From all those federal government contracts. Okay, so you have in one hand a group that would protest, the federal government would do everything to make sure that they calm them down. Then you have another one that they're just telling you that we don't like the way we're treated in this country, and you have to calm down and launch a military operation, you call whatever you call it, and started killing people. And people who were now protesting normally, just peacefully, you basically radicalize them. So that's what they did. And then on the other hand, in the Yoruba land, you have a Sunday Igboho. Sunday Igboho is there. The federal government never brought any charges, at least that I know. Even if they did, this guy is free, walking around. And then the most egregious of them is the fact that you have known convicted terrorists, okay, who are killing, maiming, and sending millions of people to ID camps. The federal government of Nigeria found it necessary to go and negotiate with these people, actually engage in what they call rehabilitation. Not only that, they are brought into the society, they are settled, some of them are even sent somewhere to get training and all those kind of stuff. So on the one hand, you're doing all these things to Igbos who are just agitating to have a fair share of the country. But for you, it's okay for other people to do all those things, but we can't even get up and say that we don't like what is going on in this country. So this is a pattern. This is a consistent pattern where it's almost like in Nigeria, there is a law for the Igbos, and then there is for the rest of the country. And that is the crucial of this matter. As we speak, we know the guy that bombed the Catholic Church some years ago, the guy that goes by the name of Kabiru Sokoto, who was later found in the guest house of Borno State government when he went missing. At the time that the vice president was the governor of Borno State. That guy, from what I understand, even when after the judgment and everything, he was given 20 years. So how are you going to be giving somebody with that kind of history 20 years, but you're giving somebody who lived in the UK, never came here, and was just broadcasting and saying some incendiary things, you give him life. And actually the government want him to be hanged and killed and all those kind of stuff. So it's a consistent pattern of just any time they have a chance, they want to humiliate Igbos. Now, a lot of people who are advocating for Kanu's release is not just only doing it for the sake of Kanu as a person, but they see it as a way of bringing some orderliness in Igbo land. Yet, successive leaders of thought, whether you call it the bishops of Igbo extraction, whether you call it Ohaneze, whether you call it any politicians of note, have gone to Aso Rock and say, hey, please, release this guy. We know that he's not a saint, but at least if we have a conclusion, if we have some kind of resolution to the Nnamdi Kanu problem, it's going to go a long way to solve the problem of insecurity in the Southeast. But the federal government of Nigeria don't care. So, in summary, it is having one rule for the Igbos and having another rule for the rest of the country. That's what the truth of the matter is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, OC. Let's go to Ovie.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama. I just want to say congratulations to the educated Igbos and the intellectuals. You know, it's very, it's laughable when you hear them, you know, repeating exactly what Nnamdi Kanu stand for: justice, right? Against his people. Igbo is the only one bold enough to say my people. Every other person, they are being intellectually gymnastic, talk here and there. That in my lifetime, I've seen 3 people fighting for we carry the Igbo cause for head and bring it to the national consciousness, international consciousness. We have Nnamdi Kanu, we have Obi, and we have Samuel Ekpa. Well, 2 are gone. I don't know why people are surprised, because when they sentence Ekpa, there was a lot of jubilation that he deserved it. So why are people surprised that the same crime that they charge Samuel Ekpa for, they are blaming for that they charge the same Nnamdi Kanu for? It's ridiculous. Only intellectuals, only educated people are this confused, because it doesn't. I mean, I'm happy. The airwave is clear, right? And the road is also clear for the intellectuals. Now your time now. Show what you got. You only have one man in the struggle, which is Obi, and the chances are slim. So we can disagree all we want at how Nnamdi Kanu is being treated, but what he stands for can never be contested, and that is what every Igbo man knows. You can disagree with his auntie how he's doing it, but guess what? We are talking about the Biafran today because of people like that. So again, we are too educated at times that we trade it for common sense, right? This is just the beginning. We're going to quote this man 50 years to come, because it is the reality that we are as a people. Millions die for that cause. But it's baffling to see when somebody come out for public. You know, if it easy, everybody for the one. That's one thing people don't understand. No matter how you read, study, reach, step out into the arena. That's what matters. Step out. Politically, actively, whatever you think you can, go into the floor. I mean, if you're talking about the height of intellectual, I mean, you no go feel exempt Wole Soyinka. And if you study his biography, you understand that there was a time he was on the street. He carried gun for what he believed in. But as I said, congratulations. The road is clear. Let's see what those people said. Nnamdi Kanu way is not the way. Samuel Ekpa is not the way. The floor is open. It is a game. Whether you like it or not, if you don't have the mind of a conqueror, they will conquer you. It's as simple as that. That's how the world works. So, I mean, I don't know what to talk again. I wasn't surprised. In fact, somebody had to call me and wake me up and say, hey, the judgment trial is going on, because I don't actually push them to one side, because I know it's their property as it is now. Because those that actually have the mind, they no fit speak out until it don't too late. It's a political product now. Now everybody will come out the use and campaign. That's what we want. We are scared to confront our devil. The life that we want is at the other side. Until we break through, we no go fit see am. We either die trying, or we forget it. That's the mindset that man has. And again, in my lifetime, if there's anybody who is a teacher, that man is Nnamdi Kanu. Every other person that we know are politically made. All their followers were bought, either politically or media-wise. But that is the only man that decided to say, I'm going to take the long route. I'm going to teach my people. Can disagree with the point of his teaching, but he has succeeded in consulting generation that will take us another 40 years to get rid of. That's Nnamdi Kanu's story. That's what history is going to say about him. That when it matters more, those who are educated among his people throw me out to the streets. That is what history is going to say. Doesn't matter how you paint out now. People have seen that. That's the beauty of information age. Then the streamer live. There's no way you can turn the story in years to come about 10 years. Nobody saw the man was it the man. No, there's no way you can do it, because it's pretty much on the conscience of millions of people. So again, to the Igbo educated people, and they will, guys have done well.
All right, thank you, Ovie. That sounded like a rant. Also, you said that you wrote an article about the judgment and everything. Can you, in 4 minutes, give us the core of your article and what's your take on the judgment?
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And also thank you guys that the contributors so far. Brilliant contribution. The last guy was brilliant. And everybody spoke well. Like I said earlier, the judgment was not a surprise to me. I expected it to go the way it went. And so my only big surprise, two big surprises in the judgment was the inability of the judge to actually read the judgment. He was reading like elementary school kid. So I wasn't sure if he wrote it or it was written for him to read, and he was not able to read. Second part of that judgment was quoting the Bible, using Bible verses to sentence somebody that committed a state crime. And so that should have been, so my article will, not without giving out everything I wrote, but it will be more like I focus more on using the Bible to sentence somebody that accused of committing state crime. And the Bible, quoting the Bible is more like, okay, did he use the Bible to cover a gap because there was no law to convict? Or, because there was no law to convict, then he used the Bible to cover that gap because there was no law to convict. Because he never quoted a law that he used to convict the defendant. He never quoted any part of Nigerian law. He never quoted any penal code. He never quoted anything. He just used the Bible to quote the Bible just to make a point. So I was worrying whether that was a way of covering up the gap that were there because there was no particular law that was quoted or particular law that was violated by the defendant. So that was where I'm going with my article on that, try to see if that is what will happen tomorrow. If let's say Nnamdi Kanu is not a Christian, he doesn't believe in Christianity. What happened tomorrow? Somebody else will bring Quran to quote Quran to judge me or anybody else here. So without telling us which part of the law that we violated that put us in this hot seat. So that's the area that I'm very concerned about, that kind of allowing judges to do that.
I didn't watch everything because I wasn't available. But I thought where he quoted the Bible was where he was talking about clemency, pardoning, in terms of not pardoning, reducing the sentence from what the prosecutors, the government side is asking for, death penalty. That he quoted the Bible to use. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying I thought that was where he used the Bible, quoted the Bible. Is there any other place that he quoted the Bible?
That's the place he quoted the Bible, but at the same time, there was no, before then, he never cited the law that was violated. He never said, it's also judicial law, it's also code you were violated, and there's also code. He never did that throughout the whole sentence. The whole thing he read, he never mentioned particular law that was violated, that were used to judge for this judgment. He never did that. Only, so when he get to there, he was struggling to see what kind of sentence he had to give out. And that the law, if he had a law in place that was used to convict the defendant, he would have quoted what that law says, how many years of sentence, what kind of penal code is attached to that law. He doesn't need to go to Bible to do that. If the law says this is the and if you violate this law, is death sentence. If you violate this law, is life imprisonment. If you violate this law, is 20 years or 10 years imprisonment. He never. So he got there because there was no particular law.
No, wait. Just to make sure that everybody we watch the same thing. He was talking about count 1, the charge from the Terrorism Act. Count 2, and this one comes with this prison term. This one comes with this. I thought that was what he did. I don't know, but
no, he talked about the counts. He read the count. I think it was 7 counts. 7 counts. One of them he gave 5 years. One of them he gave 20 years. And the front 1, 3, and 5, I think it was life. He gave that was where he was struggling to figure out what to give, what that law, because there was no actually law. The Terrorism Act law was repealed. It doesn't exist. So he really doesn't have any law that attached to this sentence. So using the Bible was more like, to cover up that weakness in the sentencing.
All right. Thank you also here. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe Ernest is a lawyer. Ernest, you can give us your take. 4 minutes.
Yes, okay. Please, a lawyer can help us here, please.
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. But I think we are applying settlement to Nnamdi Kanu's case. What Nnamdi Kanu did is a treason, and is punishable by death. Any country, even in US, any country, they are engaged in treason. It's punishable by death. So, but the way people are taking it is not how it is. Maybe for me now, as Igbo guy, they were, I would say, Nigeria government is a bit soft on Nnamdi Kanu. We may not know, but that's the truth because of what the outcome may be. Nnamdi, he made some mistake. I like what he's doing. I am a POB member. I'm not a registered member, but I like Biafra. I prefer Biafra to Nigeria. That's why whenever I see any Igbo person that comes to this show, like Sam Amadi, I used to ask them, what is the ideology of Igbos in Nigeria? What Igbo people want or what they need in Nigeria? But all I discovered from there is that they still like Nigeria, no matter what. So Nnamdi Kanu went and carry the thing on his head alone. This lawyer, what's his name? Ben Wabe gave him advice when he started. He told him that you can't get everything at once, that you are biting the thing too much. Take it bit by bit. Advocate for true federalism, state police. Get that one first. Get regional government first. Then you go for Biafra. You can't just wake up and start shouting for Biafra. You don't have anything on ground. But he did not listen to advice. So that is where he made the whole mistake. So after that, he still have the opportunity to betray Biafra cause like Wazirike. Even when people are talking about Sunday Igboho, people don't know that Sunday Igboho, he has collected money from federal government. He's not even talking about coming to Nigeria. He's just in London living his life. So if Nnamdi Kanu want to be like Sunday Igboho, it's very simple. Even now, he just collects his money. As Wazirike now, Wazirike cannot come and start doing myself again because he has signed his agreement, he has a pocket fee. So if Nnamdi Kanu wants to come out from prison, it's simple. It's just something that can happen within 1 week. But he has to sign an agreement that he will leave his cost. He doesn't want to do that. In fact, when they arrested Nnamdi Kanu in the first place, Ojuka met him in prison. I have the pictures. After meeting him, he went to Buhari. They drafted a letter and everything. Nnamdi Kanu agreed and signed it. They released Nnamdi Kanu on bail. So Nnamdi Kanu went home and started organizing. One of the this thing, they told him that he should not have a gathering of, I think, more than 10 people or something like that. But Nnamdi Kanu went back and start organizing youth again and start doing the protest. So that is why the Buhari came heavily on them. So Nnamdi Kanu, what he's doing is treason. It's punishable by death. That's number one. Number two, he has what it takes to come out of prison if he wants. So I like what he's doing. And that mistake he made during his court process that when he listed his witnesses, if he's sure of himself and want to stand on it, he should invite that woman, invite someone, invite all those people. You know, they cost a theater so that everybody will be watching it, what is going on. But the way not everybody expected him to stand up and do something. He's like, I don't know, because they told him that there'll be political solution. The only political solution is will agree to leave Biafran agitation. Will he agree? The answer is no. I don't think he will. Then if he does, then that means he will remain in the prison. So there's nothing like if let me tell you, if to say they will release Nnamdi Kanu, there will be no election in Southeast in 2027. It will be possible. So you are not joking, you are not playing. No, because he's not playing with children. These are politicians, all these terrible Hausa up north. They know what they are doing. I'm not supporting him being in prison, but if he show him what he's doing, then let's continue like that. He should remain in prison, and that person should come up, go to prison and join him. Let everybody be in prison. Me, I prefer that. I don't like Nigeria from day one. Since I was a child, I hate Nigeria. What I want is Biafra, preferably Biafra of 5 Southeast states, no South, nothing. I just let Igbos be on their own. Let's manage ourselves, not going to take a Sharia from Hausa. You take Nigeria is incompatible. It can't work. No, whether we like it or Nigeria can never work. Even in the next 100 years, no president can make Nigeria work. And any president, whether Igbo, that become president that want to make Nigeria, will just divide Nigeria into at least 6 countries. Let's manage ourselves. I don't hate any Nigeria, no, but for me to build the same country with those, I don't like it. So me, I'm the kind of committed to this, so you should be ready and to serve his term. Whether it's death sentence, whether it's a life imprisonment, that's okay for me. Yeah, and that person should join.
All right, thank you, Ernest. KJ, welcome to the show.
Ernest, you spoke well. Republic of Alaibo.
KJ, go ahead. We can't hear you, KJ. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I had hoped that I will not be speaking after NX, but since you are giving me the opportunity.
Okay, hold on.
Not a problem.
James wanted to say something. Let me hear James.
Okay, James, go ahead.
James, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, indeed. Thank you so much. There's nothing wrong if the judge quoted a verse from the Bible, because judges normally, when they are delivering judgments, I think they are permitted to quote sources like William Shakespeare, what's it called, James Joyce, Charles Dickens, or whatever it is. It is from that perspective, I think he was quoting from the Bible, not that he's teaching religion to anybody. But what concerns me is that judges, because of my end,
let me see. No, it's KJ's end.
Yeah, what really concerns me is that judges do not make laws. It is Parliament that makes the laws, and the duty of the judge is to interpret the law. A law cannot be made in the course of a judgment, in the course of a trial. That is what is bothering me. the penalty for the offense is death. A judge has no right to twist the law in the course of a trial. I think the best thing he would have done is to pronounce the sentence and make recommendation to the President of the Republic to exercise his prerogative of mercy in the interest of the unity of the country. That is what he's supposed to have done, because the prerogative of mercy is part of the judicial system. I think that is where the fault is. He has no right to amend the law during while a trial is going on. So that is the little I've got to say. And please, may someone correct me. The ethnic composition of the trial. The ethnic composition seems to be skewed towards a particular ethnic group. Am I wrong?
You are not wrong. They are in power. What do you expect?
No. But what happened to the Federal Character System or Federal Character Commission? A sensitive matter of this nature, they should do it in such a way that it should cut across all ethnic groups, because from the look of things, it's one ethnic group that is now at war with another. That is how most Nigerians will look at it. It is wrong.
Federal character is on black and white.
I think in future they should take that into account.
Federal character is
anyway, I will not argue with you.
All right, thank you, James.
Thank you so much.
We've never practiced federal character.
Thank you, Mr. KJ.
Thank you, sir.
All right, KJ.
Yes. It's been a long, drawn-out battle, and I have been right there from the beginning. So I feel a bit, down and out, not because I was expecting, that it's going to change. They always say this: perception is more than reality. So we have all been kind of alluding to what will happen, but we never thought they'll be bold enough to do that. And for the guy, Ernest, who says that, I think you should go back and read what treason is all about. Don't just jump into making conclusions and making statements. There's nowhere in the world, and if you have, show me. And Oti is a lawyer, so he's here, where you said somebody said something, you could not put the person in the position of the actual crime. You had no ability to put the person in the situation of the crime. I have never heard in a law court concerning person that is life, where you say you come with a hearsay. This person said, Onyami said that this person said that Nnamdi Kanu tell them to do this, and that is the reason for convicting a man and wanting to take his life. You see, my challenge, Rudolph, and I'm talking, it's not about Nnamdi Kanu. Just like Siore said, don't cry for Nnamdi Kanu. Cry for yourself, for your children and your grandchildren. Begin to look for your Muslim name and get it. Musa or Adamu, whichever one you're going to get, because all of us go chop the breakfast. All of us go chop that breakfast that we are running away and refusing to open our eyes to see. It is not the time to be politically correct. It's time to know that the whole of the Igbo nation is in danger, and it's not my first time of being in this road. One of the first persons who decoded and was part of the move to bring about Ruga and give enough information to the Middle Belt, I played a part in that. And what was my meeting when I told them, this is not about the time to say you are APC, you are PDP. It's a time for you to fight the fight of your life you have never seen before. Because if they take down Benue, everybody is gone. But now let me tell you something, they are taking Benue. So the East, as you are folding your hands and say, Nnamdi Kanu committed treason, it's coming to your village. When they get there, I will find out whether we'll see how to go. You are saying, we're all saying this now because Nnamdi Kanu was able to see ahead of time and decided to get some young men who are willing to be in the bush to drive out the Fulanis from your village. If they didn't do that, you think your village will be there today? You think you'll be safe? You think that you yourself will be able to have people in your community? Do you know how many young men who, look, if you want to even get more information, because sometimes we speak unadvisedly. There's a woman called Madam Kechi, Ololon Kechi, who is a woman leader of the National Igbo Women Leader. I'm trying to bring her here. She has been going around Igbo land and Igbo leaders. And after Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, she stood in front of the court and said those who have been responsible for the mayhem going on in the East, he called them by names. Hope of them have called us by names. And you stand here to say, oh, he committed treason. Let's just go into because if I want to say all I have, I don't have the time. So let's just pick one aspect of that judgment. You drag Bullock into the judgment, saying that Nnamdi Kanu was responsible for the death of Bullock, who came to organize the election in Imo State. Meanwhile, Bullock, I have a video. In his last video, was sent to the federal government. If anything happened to me, it is Mongunu. He called the name, the national security advisor at that time. He should be held responsible. People fear him, but Bullock, could not be afraid of him. Okay, I will leave the rest he said there. When they finally assassinated him, Nnamdi Kanu made the broker the following day saying they will say it is IPOB now. You people go and get that man here, his phone. The last numbers he made, those people know who killed him. Was the phone presented in court? Is there any evidence that pointed to the fact that it was him? But it was part of the judgment. The Lagos white paper said that they never mentioned IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu anywhere, but the judge dragged it into it, saying that it was Nnamdi Kanu who gave the order, and his intention was to send people to go and bomb British High Commission and American embassy. How? From where is that coming from? Does the judge go to shop for evidence to use to indict a person? The same thing we saw in the court case between Obi presidential bid and the rest of the country. Is that not the same that happened? The same thing we saw that happened in the case of Governor Hope Uzodinma and the rest of the team, where the judge said it is not for you to tell us where to get the vote from. We have a way of getting our votes. So, my brothers, before we begin to make unguided statements, let's go back and search this. See that the judgment, I have it. If you don't have it, I can post it to you. It's 147 pages. You can read it. Okay? And then you see the judge inferring to things that wasn't even part of the case in the first place. Okay. Now let us even go back to the nitty-gritty of the case and the day of judgment. What made Nnamdi Kanu to blow up? You say he has lost his right to put his final address. You refuse to accept his final address. Why are you doing that? Because you know that if the case proceeds from here, that final address will play a part. You say he cannot submit his final address, you will refuse to take it. And then some of us sit, you could just be, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Somebody carries AK-47 and magazines, fill his chest, wearing an assistant commissioner of police uniform that they killed to come to a meeting with government officials. And he's still wearing the uniform up to tomorrow. He has not been arrested. He has his own evidence on him. And you come and sit here and say, Nnamdi Kanu, yes, he committed treason. When they searched him, what did they find in his house? They found 2 phones, a microphone, a transmitter, and on this. And they're trying to paint him a picture of that, oh, he was a useless guy. That's why they... No. What did they find? Did they find AK-47? What did they find? So to make it look as if it's been driven home, they said he was making bomb. Where? I thought you said earlier, the same judge said earlier, you are an economist. They have no idea of law. So the economists who have no idea of law now have idea of making bombs. We're Igbos. Whether you like it or not, we pride ourselves, people who reason. Sit down and look at these things. And then reason it out for yourself. I like what Ovie said. People don't know where we're going. We don't know where we're going. You see? Because we are always trying to, if it's good for us, every other person can go to hell. My brother, begin to prepare, since that is our mentality. Because this thing coming, it will reach you. It will reach my house. Okay? And I'm saying that, I'm sorry, Rudolph, because I had all my thoughts, but I'm totally, I sometimes find it difficult. Because this man was frustrated all the way. If you follow the court case, his lawyers couldn't even meet with him. In fact, the first few years, the lawyers were refused writing papers. They couldn't take anything to go to meet with him. So they go there and listen verbatim and come back. The first time they filed the case and they talked about his broadcast was what they're going to use to nail him. And when they were discussing with Nnamdi Kanu said, okay, he asked them, does it matter where the broadcast is? He said, yes, it matters. So the broadcast has to be domiciled. So Nnamdi Kanu said, if that be the case, I didn't broadcast from Nigeria. Okay? Because the walls, the whole place where they were, which was the DSS office, was bugged. The next day, the prosecuting counsel changed their destinies. And when the lawyers appeared in court, it had been removed. Even up to the judgment day, they didn't include the place of broadcast. Lawyers, OTA lawyer. That place, does it matter for you to domicile where the crime is taking place? And if that's the case, if it's not within your jurisdiction, does the man stand to be prosecuted if it's not within the jurisdiction of that country? What are we saying? Look, I agree, I'm not a lawyer, but I read English. My first language is English because I didn't even grow up in Igbo land, so I grew up speaking English. So what are you saying? Read the English, read what is written there. The judge was merely doing what he was. I mean, he should go and get ready because his mansion will be given to him by Wike. He has delivered, better than Bitan Jacko. Okay, but the truth must be told. This can only happen because he's Igbo. He's IBGO, like you. And look, it doesn't have to be Nnamdi Kanu. It can be your child. It can be you. Tomorrow you land in the airport, they find something I say about you, and you'll be locked up, and you will have no representation, and they will throw you away and lock you away and throw away the key. If you have not been able to wake up and smell the coffee, that Nigeria has an Igbo problem, then I'm sorry for you. That is the truth. I'm sorry for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Oti, I'll bring you back. But before then, let me just say that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are putting together a team of lawyers that will come and analyze this for us. Hopefully, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Ejimakwa, will join us too. So that's what we're planning for tomorrow. But for now, we have Oti. I didn't know that you know about these things more than so. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not even though I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a criminal lawyer, and I've not practiced in Nigeria for for many years now. So KJ is I don't think I'm gonna speak really. I can speak a lot at length on this. My preference is actually to be able to engage people in an argument in discussions. It's not all this kind of people talking and sometimes now KJ is I listen to what people are saying, and then I can just see the pitfalls I don't know. Okay, have you read the 144 pages of the judgment? I mean, for you to be so kind of sure about your criticism of his his legal analysis and opinions. To me, all of that is not. I don't think it's necessary. Right from the beginning. And unless maybe you listen to the witnesses and assess the quality of the evidence, and then of course understand the legal position. You cannot be so confident about your analysis. So, but for me, that is not the main issue, quite frankly. Because, well, of course, you didn't refer to it. Because what we're dealing with, law and politics. So you can't separate law from politics. In some cases, the politics has more, there's a stronger element of the politics than the law in it. So this, in Nnamdi's case, is a typical case. So, and that's why when we were talking about political solution, and hopefully that is what it's going to come down to in the end. The politics is this. And remember, when we talk about justice has to be seen to be done. In other words, a man on the street doesn't have to read the law, understand the law, appreciate legal technicalities to see that there is justice here or a lack of it. So for me, right from the beginning, when I try to see the bigger picture. It's not if I don't have any special interest in what exactly what is going on in the courtroom, the lawyers and the prosecution and the defense. Some people can have interest in that, but a nation, the politics of it, the fairness. Okay, everybody, we see it, we watch it. There are real terrorists, marauding, sacking villages, killing people, mass murderers. A government whose duty is, primary duty, protection of life and property, couldn't be less concerned. This particular government has the time and the resources. For 10 years, they've gone to every length to capture Mr. Nnamdi Kanu and then put him through trial, committing crimes, international crimes along the way. And meanwhile, people are dying, all over the country. So that's how I'm looking at it. The trial, yes, you see the if you follow it legally, even by maybe legal definition of the actions he's accused of committing, or they may fit the definition, be it treason or terrorism. But that's beside the point. The question is why should we have to get to this point? That people are complaining of marginalization, and the evidence of that is is there for everyone to see. The injustice, the unfairness. So that's what any government that is interested in, if like peace and stability and progress of every section of the country, should be much more interested in. So this judgment is is sending a message. So it's less about justice or fairness than, okay, we show you, teach you a lesson. So that's what we find ourselves, and that's really what our effort should be about, to change the situation, change the narrative. And it has actually put the question of Nigeria at the front burner now. So that is at least one thing IPOB has done. So it has not been all in vain. So now we know the truth. Nobody can feign ignorance of it, that our lives are at risk. Yeah, the invasion is real. There are people that really want to Islamize us and take over the place. So that is, is no longer kind of far-fetched, or or maybe, I don't know, fairy tale. So if we've come to that realization, that is something IPOB has at least done a service. So we cannot just condemn them, really. But we take a lesson from it. That is for me the way I'm looking at it.
All right, thank you, Oti. So what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from Ike, Ugwa, and concerns, and then we'll move on to other things going on in Nigeria. One of them is the kidnapping of the kids in schools all across northern Nigeria, and then the issue of Christian genocide that Trump has weighed in and continues to weigh in, and is being discussed in Washington, D.C. as we speak. So let's go to Ike. Ike, you are next. You're muted.
Happy to be here again on Saturday. I think that almost everybody have said what every other person is going to say. My only question is, was it the judge that wrote what he was reading on the day of judgment? Did he write what he was reading? That's another question that Nigerians will be able to ask themselves and answer that question. Secondly, I think that Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment in absentia because he was rendition to Nigeria. So the trial was even illegal already. So he was not supposed to be in Nigeria. He was forcefully brought back to Nigeria. So the question is, that alone has rendered every judgment useless for me.
Sorry, let me go to the back so I can come in. I see a lot of people waiting. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, I can also leave. If that helps. Okay.
Okay.
If that's helpful, then let me. Great, thanks.
So, but I think like every other person has spoken here, my candid advice to the people of the Southeast, the younger generations of the Southeast, we should take away the emotions and the feelings and what is going on right now and get involved in political engagement. What do I mean political engagement? Using what has happened for the younger youth of the Eastern Nigeria to get involved in politics of the Southeast, from the local government to the state local government to the federal. Because I believe millions of Ndibo, the younger ones, are solidly behind Nnamdi Kanu. And if the youth and the younger generation of the Southeast are able to be engaged into politics, appointing and electing people that will represent what Nnamdi Kanu represent in the local government, in the State House of Assembly, in the National Assembly, and so on, I believe that there are so many things we are going to be able to achieve. What do I say this? So that this political elite now that so-called represent the Eastern Nigeria, so that we will be able to do away with everybody. And let those people who feel that they represent what every Igbo man on Nnamdi Kanu stand for, get involved. Political engagement, get involved. Because there is no matter how I am going to express my emotions or my feeling the way I feel, nobody, every sincere Nigerian know that whatever happened day before yesterday is what is going to happen, right? I am one of the people for a very long time that I believe that the case of Nnamdi Kanu, that it is political solution, is not a legal thing. And everybody that is speaking know, even those who know more than do I know, everybody know that it's a political solution. But I think that what happened day before yesterday, are they trying to use Nnamdi Kanu as a political chip for 2027 so that APC will be able to get the vote of the Southeast? Which I think that they would never get the vote of the Southeast. It doesn't matter what they do. But I think that, like AG first last said, every one of us is going to chop the breakfast. It doesn't matter where you are now. It doesn't matter where you claim to be. I believe that what is going on in Nigeria is beyond what anybody can pretend. He doesn't know what is going on. There is an Igbo problem in Nigeria. And there are two laws that operate in Nigeria for the Igbos and the rest of the country. If you're honest to yourself, I don't think a very honest Nigerians will not deny that. But the question is, what is the way forward? The way forward is this. Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of conscience. And I believe that what has happened 2 days ago, the Igbos, the Southeast, the younger generations should stand up, get involved. The time of expressing emotions and feelings and going into violence is not going to solve the problem. I think it is time now that people get involved into the politics of the Southeast so that all these people who claim to represent us will be able to see their back. And those people who believe in the principle and the ideology of what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for should be able to stand up and come into the Southeast, take over positions in the Southeast. Then together we can use political power to fight whatever we think that we are suffering right now. This is my candid opinion. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let's hear Mr. Ugwa.
Hello. Good evening, Dr. Damages. I think for me, my submission is quite simple. I have to look at many issues. The first thing I have to look at is what are the crimes? To have free speech is not a crime. To ask for self-determination is rooted under international law. And I'm not, and nobody on this panel that has watched most of his broadcasts will say that everything he said is not coming to pass. But the other issues that he has been charged with regards to other things like terrorism and all, I think those are things that should be contested in the court of law. And I want to try as much as I can to be honest with, because whether we like it or not, the crisis that happened in the South is claimed innocent lives. So the question for us should be, who is responsible for those people that died? Who caused it? And with what the judgment, when you look at the whole judgment, they began to ascribe the things that happened in NSAS to him. Then it began to make you feel very cautious to actually, you begin to become more careful with what are they trying to insinuate here. Is it possible that the crisis in the Southeast was also manufactured? And when you look at the details with all the rumors and everything, we've heard what Asari Dokubo has said a few times. Then it leaves one to wonder, is there more than meets the eye? And that's the case for Nigeria in most cases, in most situations. And my problem with the way the justice system in Nigeria is run is, you have a judge that is sat up there with all his biases and everything in a case, a criminal case of such magnitude. Shouldn't that be a kind of case that should be delivered by a jury of his peers, so that all the evidence are there? Because the actual judgment was looking at the death penalty. So if it was looking at the death penalty, then it's very serious. And that means for you to arrive at a judgment, you must go beyond reasonable doubt. I cannot be judged for my utterances. Let's say, for instance, I say, oh, all the people in my village should stand up and defend themselves, which is inherently in their right to. But apparently in Nigeria is not anymore, because if it was, Sunday Jackson will not be facing the death penalty. But everybody knows that everyone has got the right to self-defense or to protect our homeland. Then I don't think that is a crime. Now, if I supply weapons that are not under the law, then that becomes a crime. So I think there needs to be a granular detail. And I don't trust a particular man in a black clothes and a white ribbon to make such judgment. It should be done by people of his peers. Now, to conclude, I would say that going forward, what the South is, and the Igbo nation needs to do, is to not resort to violence, even though I don't know if anything really works in Nigeria, if I'm honest. But the things that they need to start doing is to begin to take power back in every community, just like I said. And I'm beginning to network with other parts of the country and see how it could have more friends and expand and have more influence. I think that's what Nnamdi Kanu did not do. He's a very brilliant man, but I think some of his, the way he went about it, he will have, because many of us look up to him and we agree 100%. I think what he will have done was to extend his influence around and begin to make significant changes politically. And perhaps that will have worked. But we're all victims in this situation. I don't know. Man.
All right. Thank you, Uwa. Concerns, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, how are you?
And I'm fine. And how is your family?
Oh, we're good. We're good. So you have 4 minutes.
Okay, all the panelists agreed. You see, Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced because he refused to make deal with the government. That's the first thing. He refused to make deal with it. Because if you agreed with what the government is saying and stop this, stop the agitation. They're supposed to. I don't think they're supposed to have jailed him. Whether there's lawyer that defended him or there's no lawyer that defended him, the problem is that they wanted him to make a deal so that they can stop this. They can stop this agitation. That is one. On those who are talking about what he said and what he did not say, you can't sentence anybody. I've been in a case before, outside Nigeria, not in Nigeria, but you can't sentence somebody for what he said. It's not done. Because first of all, when you go to court, you want to sentence somebody. The person, if you say somebody killed somebody for you, the person that you asked to kill somebody for you have to come to the court, have to give evidence. Then the police have to trace where you make the phone call. They bring out the sheet and everything, and then see where either you gave him money. All those kind of things have to be investigated. And when you can't prove that, you can't jail the other person that he said verbally. During the answers, during the election, Oluomo made some comments that if you come out, you'll be killed and don't come to the vote on this. At the end of the day, the same thing happened. And Oluomo was not charged. He was not even brought out to come and face anything. So why is Nnamdi Kanu's own different? And those talking about the judge was talking about he said he killed the military and so on and so forth. But I want to ask, is the military that have the right to go into Nnamdi Kanu's house and kill 38 people there? If the military has the right to kill 38 people there, then also somebody has to call for the military to be killed, because the military are human beings like other people. Nobody is better than nobody. Everybody is a human being. You can't just kill people. The people that are killed, are the military charged today? The people that were killed in Nnamdi Kanu's house, are they the people that killed them, are they being tried today? The military of all like America here, other countries in the world, their military don't go and kill innocent people. So if Nnamdi Kanu should call for the military to be to anywhere you see them, that is because the military killed his people in his compound. So all this kind of statement people make and so on and so forth, is very, 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 very bad. The judge interpreting the what they call it, the tracing listen, he went to the dictionary instead of going to the Nigerian law. There's a law in Nigeria about tracing charge, but the judge went to the dictionary. A judge is not supposed to go to the dictionary to look for the definition of tracing. Now, in the case of the rendition, well, many lawyers said that the rendition, since it was brought back in a bad way, it's only for him to sue the government and sue other people. But he cannot, because of that, without going for the case. That is settled, Nobody is at whether that one is already over, because you have to sue the military, and which he have done. He has sued the Nigerian government, and I think they have given him, they have paid. They said he won that case. In the case of being an Igbo. Oh,
round up. Yeah, it's time is gone.
But anytime I come here, you don't only give me 1 minute or 2 minutes. I don't,
I said 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yeah, look at it.
So, in the case of I saw an interview. I saw an interview which one legislator from Delta State. The man was concerned. I said, how can the judge said nobody should defend himself? Nnamdi Kanu said, defend yourself. And that was what other people were calling for. And that man was very surprised. If Nnamdi Kanu, if Theophilus Danjuma said, you people should defend yourself, is the judge not telling us not to defend ourselves? Nnamdi Kanu say, his people defend yourself. So where did Nnamdi Kanu make a mistake by telling his people to defend themselves? So we have to sit, and if these people come to kill us, destroy us, and well, what I have to, for my conclusion, is very, very, very bad for the country. And I believe I think by now, every tribe, every John, supposed to be thinking of how to liberate themselves. Because in this thing I saw today, you see the terrorists coming out publicly again, going for a marriage, a wedding in I think Katsina State or what. They're going for the wedding, and they are wearing military uniforms with their machine, with their armor, everything. So I don't see how the Nigerians have become so docile, and this docile is going to destroy them. You want to live in a country where these people are, they have given every license to do whatever they want to do. I said another interview where the man was saying Tinubu is compromised, and even right from time, Tinubu is compromised. Tinubu is not ready to do anything. That's the fact. So if Nigerians want to stay there and these people override them and kill them, then it's a problem. For us, okay. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Dexter, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the show and everybody caring to listen. Regarding the Nnamdi Kanu sentence, I'm not surprised. I don't know if we were expecting anything different. It's normally common among the black man that we plant orange, we plant lime when we want to harvest apples. You know, if you have followed trajectory of Nigeria, Justice Omotosho is a hatchet man of this week. The big hatchet man of this week. Every case about his making has gone to me. Always wins it. You know, so I don't think I was expecting any difference. The critical thing is this: it's going to get to everybody. See, when the monster starts, the monster that you are feeding today, because the monster is depending on you for food, the monster will not bite you. But the moment the monster gets big enough to be able to fend for itself, one day it will come through. And it's going to go round. You know, it's going to go round. Today, people might not, I think that's the truth. People might not understand the impact of the case, but that's the reality we are going to have to face. That monster is going to go around. The moment that is a precedent that has been set, and we just take a typical example from when the first coup happened. Those soldiers that carried out the first coup, I'm sure if they bring them back, I'm sure the intention was not for Nigeria to be having multiple coups. But if you look at it, the guys that did the coup, are they benefiting? No, they're not benefiting anything. What Justice Omotosho has done, do you think he will benefit? He won't benefit anything. But it's the system of injustice we have enthroned in Nigeria. Sadly, you have people come here. You have people come here that will defend it. It's good and fine. But what everybody should know is that it will go round. Look, I think it was Matthew Ashimodo that was saying something about the genocide in Nigeria. He said the first time genocide was tried, the act of genocide was tried in Nigeria was in 1966, 1967. The pogrom, when it happened, when women were ripped, pregnant women were killed, and their stomachs were ripped open, and the babies were killed. Christians kept quiet. Northern Christians kept quiet because, it was the Igbos. It was people from the southern region. We will take over the businesses. To give us opportunity. Today, who is the recipient? Who is the recipient? The monster has grown. It's good that Matthew Ashimodo will say that. The monster has grown. Now, the monster does not know whether you are Igbo, whether you are Hausa, whether you are Fulani. Monster is growing. And that is the same thing that is going to happen with this Nnamdi Kanu's case. The moment you enthrone injustice in one form anywhere, it will grow like a seed. And the roots will be spreading. The root is not going to stay in one place. The root is going to spread. Everybody will connect. Everybody will get a fair share. Just wait. When it's not, look, it's another 6 years, it's not far away. Power will rotate. Of course, power will rotate again. So everybody will connect. I wasn't expecting any justice from the whole system. But Nnamdi Kanu, what he has done is less than 10% of what people that are being applauded, people that they are saying, they can be integrated. In fact, they have been integrated into the society. So for us to look at that, it's a shame that we even talk about this kind of things. However, what we have found out is that in Nigeria, I think Goodluck Jonathan said it. leadership in Nigeria is now being provided by Agberos and motopark touts, people who have no business, doing there. You have people that justice is not based on merit, not based on the credibility or the substance of their thoughts, but based on who they knew, who put them there. And as long as we continue that, we are not a nation, and it only gets worse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter, for that. We are going, I think the last person we have is Dr. Salaka. Welcome back. Can you move your, I think you're, I don't know if you're on a laptop or you're using a phone or a tablet, move it a little bit so that we can see more of your face. Yeah, right now we are just, now, very good. Thank you so much for joining us. You were a guest on 90 Minutes Africa not long ago, and since then a lot of things have happened. Economic issues have taken back stage now. We are talking about, I don't know if you follow the trial of Nnamdi Kanu and the sentencing that happened on Thursday.
Well, I think I'm probably the only one that is not an Igbo here. Probably.
No, that's not true.
Maybe
that's not true.
That's not true.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, there are other people who are not Igbo.
Thank you for correcting me on that. I'm a Yoruba man, but more importantly too, I'm a Nigerian, and I believe in Pan-Africanism because Nigeria is a country that we have to get it right because of the black race. What is going on in Nigeria now is deeply concerning. But with reference to Nnamdi Kanu, that you have been discussing for some time now, since I joined this program. Well, I believe when Nnamdi Kanu started his campaign for IPOB, I made mention of it that the first thing that needed to be done is to introduce referendum clause into the Nigeria Constitution. Referendum clause. And also to ensure that to carry along the political elite in the Southeast. When we go back to the history, the entire problem started from the First Republic. Starting from the political upheaval, in the Southwest, the way Tafawa Balewa government sided with Akintola, the coup that resulted into it. That coup was not essentially an Igbo coup, but people believe it's an Igbo coup because not many Igbo people died that time. Now, Ojukwu tried his best when there was pogrom in the north, and Gowon did not do much to stop the pogrom. There was Abuja Accord. The Abuja Accord that could have stopped everything, stopped the war, the impending war. Gowon came back and reneged on it. I wrote a letter to General Akubu Gowon recently. I published it in Tribune. You can look for it. I asked him to write us his federal testament before he leaves. I made reference to his PhD thesis. He wrote a PhD thesis on ECOWAS, that countries in ECOWAS cannot just come together by force. It has to be by negotiation, by mutual agreement. We have a country of many nations in Nigeria, just like we have it in the United Kingdom, where I had my PhD, where Gowon did his PhD. We have the English, we have the Scottish. I was in Scotland when Scotland wanted to do independence. But because they don't have a written constitution and there is opportunity to have referendum there. Okay? So there should be a way, if because I really don't like the way we are handling our plurality in Nigeria. We have to come down, come back together and say, okay, this is how we want to run the country. Okay? Unfortunately, when you look at it also, everybody has blame. Ironsi came and introduced Decree 34 that stopped regionalism. Gowon came and started balkanizing us into irrelevant states. This is all the foundation of the problem that we need to address. So when Nnamdi Kanu started his own IPOB and started, using all sorts of languages, he attacked Yoruba at that time. He said so many things. Some of the activities then resulted into Southeast becoming really a security zone, an insecurity zone. All of this put together cumulated in his arrest and all the rest. Now, I believe that the only solution eventually cannot be legal. The solution has to eventually be political. It has to be nation building in nature. If President Tinubu wants to do it, the legal aspect has to be exhausted. And I want to say here that I hope that the appeal process will be facilitated quickly. Everything will be done quickly. Even if it goes to the Supreme Court, everything will be done quickly. And then we will now be looking at Tinubu, whether he wants to solve the problem politically or not. If President Tinubu could give pardon to drug baron until people shouted, give pardon to no murderer until people shouted, and even terrorists, I believe that Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for, even though I don't subscribe to his system of fighting, I have to say that he is fighting for IPOB, taking the fight that Ojukwu fought. And I reminded General Yakubu Gowon in my letter that, look, Ojukwu fought a war, you stopped the war, you ended the war, and you said no victor, no vanquish. After many years, we have Nnamdi Kanu. If we do not resolve the problem properly, there will be another, maybe Rudolph Okonkwo in future. That will not be Nnamdi Kanu, that will not be Ojukwu. Maybe in another 20 years or 30 years. Yakubu Gowon, God gave him opportunity to live to 91. Ojukwu does not know now that Nnamdi Kanu has emerged. And maybe another one will emerge. But we do not want another one to emerge. We want a situation whereby the country will come together and say, look, this system is not working. Let's give regionalism another thought. Have a government and the region, give them maximum devolution of power, and have a central military, a central system that will work. This one will never work. Everybody is not happy. It is not only the Igbo that are shortchanged. Yorubas are shortchanged too in Nigeria. The only thing is that Yoruba is playing politics and moving around. Bola Ahmed Tinubu played politics of opposition since 1999, and he stood and he was negotiating across. That was why he was able to become president today. And that is one lesson for the Igbos too. And I think people like Kalu, Senator Ojiuso Kalu, is also doing something related to that. And he said it, that he has spoken to the president that there will be a political solution. The president promised him, but the legal aspect has to be exhausted. I want to appeal to us in this gathering that we should be thinking of how the country will be restructured and things will be better. I believe that Nnamdi Kanu eventually, maybe one way or the other, through political angle, maybe there will be solution. Okay, so that is what I want to be optimistic about, that there will be a solution eventually. But let us remember, anytime we want to make contribution, let's look back into the history. Everybody has one problem or the other, one contribution or the other to the current situation of Nigeria. All ethnic groups have one contribution or the other to how Nigeria is currently situated. And we have to resolve it together and make Nigeria better for the benefit of the Black race. It is very important. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, can I ask him a question? Just a minute. Just a second.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. With your sir, Dr. Solaka, your proposal is very laudable, but let me ask something. You asked about Tinubu pardoning Nnamdi Kanu. But in my own opinion, I believe Tinubu is a captured leader. What do you mean by captured leader? You know, he's been captured by the particular block of Nigeria, which is the Northerners. So how do you think that he will have the ball to pardon Nnamdi Kanu politically? I mean, I don't see it.
Okay, comparable fact. I don't know whether that is your name or you have another name. But I don't think Tinubu is a captured leader. Nobody captured him. He just recently changed the military apparatus. You know, he contested for election, he won election. Either you like him or not, he's a political juggernaut. You know, he stood in opposition for a long time, and then he emerged. He's a strategist. He's not captured. You cannot, there is no law, there is no morality or law that he can use now to pardon Kanu. Okay? There is no way. So if Kanu does not go to appeal now, assuming Kanu refused to go to appeal, and he resumed the life sentence, then there could be pressure, political pressure on the president to pardon him. Okay? But if he goes to appeal now, that process has to be completed. Everything is a process. We need to be learning. Majority of Nigerians, they don't understand process. That's another problem we have in the country. They don't understand process. Many of our leaders don't even understand process. But some who do knows that President Tinubu cannot do anything now. The only thing he can do now is to be watching the process to end, the legal process to end, before he can now use his power of prerogative of mercy. The power of prerogative of mercy is only applicable when the judgment has been completed and the person sentenced to maybe imprisonment or life imprisonment or even death is about to, that judgment is about to be executed. That is when prerogative of mercy comes in. And I want to pray that will happen to Kanu. And as I said, I do not like his method. We should have a different method. Engage the government, engage the National Assembly. We want a referendum clause in the Nigerian Constitution. We want to be able to determine whether everybody, it should not be by force. It should not be by force to be part of Nigeria. Okay? If Yoruba say they don't want to be part of Nigeria, they also have the opportunity to say they don't want to be. If Igbo say they don't want to be. But I believe that it is in the best interest of all of us to work together. It is in the best interest of all of us to work together because we have one or two things to contribute. Look at Igbos, especially for you Igbos, you are all over the country. Oyo State, as a landmass of Oyo State, is bigger than the entire Southeast in landmass. You Igbos are so scattered all over the country.
There are more cows. There are more cows in the north than the entire country. So should we go with the cows?
Hold on, let me finish. It is the benefit of all of us. Where I'm driving at is that it is for the benefit of every one of us. Okay? To live together, but we have to define how we want to live together.
Good, not to the benefit of land, but of the people. So why are you comparing land and people? And you are angry when the Fulanis are comparing cows with people.
You are not...
Put your education aside. Think about this thing. What are the ways in which you put pressure on the government? 1. 2, how do you make sure the clause put into the constitution?
Okay, so you have your National Assembly members. You know them. Okay? They will come again in the next 1 year to campaign to you. Demand that they put it as part of their campaign promise. Only the person who is ready to go to the National Assembly and go push for referendum in the Constitution is the one you want to vote for. That's the process.
There are many roads. There are many roads.
Okay, please, don't do this.
Professor, Professor, I think you are living in some paradise. There is talking about people voting in the southeast in Imo State. There was no vote in Imo State in the last elections because everybody ran away from their villages. Everybody ran away from Raj. So all those villages that had only about 2 or 3 people remaining, they had more than 1,000 votes from those villages. And also in Imo State is an example of how not to be a candidate in Nigeria. The person that came fourth in the election was given first in the Supreme Court in Nigeria. So the thing is that Nigerian government, who places anybody in government, is the person that chooses who becomes whom in any of these political arena. So if you are telling us, if they come back to campaign, you can give them a mandate, go back there and they campaign for to campaign for self-determination. Go back there. We had people we did that with, and then when the result came, they won the election, but then they didn't get to go to National Assembly. So like in Obi case, Obi won the election, he didn't get to become president. So what you are saying is, maybe, I don't know where you live, maybe you live in England, wherever you live. It works in England that as a guy like in New York, an unknown guy from nowhere, had no money, won an election as a mayor of one of the largest cities in the world. So it will never happen in Nigeria. It will be who they want to be there will be there. So when you are saying all these things, send your people, say it looks good in a textbook, but practically it doesn't happen that way.
Okay.
Imo State is an example.
Mr. Oswa, now when you said
Oswa, because do not mispronounce my name.
Sorry about that. How do you say
Osohia?
Mr. Osohia,
you are the forest.
What does it mean? What does it mean? He owns the forest?
No, he's the one that cuts the forest.
All right. Okay, so when you said that, somebody earlier on said that we advise young Igbos to go and take over the political stage in the southeast and push for the idea of Nnamdi Kanu political ideology. So if that person said that, and you are now saying that it's not possible, that based on what you have seen in Imo, then who is to blame? Then are we people who want to just believe that nothing can happen? We don't want to do anything? I believe you are not in Nigeria yourself. Some people fought for this place too to be what it is today. where you are, maybe in America or UK, wherever you are, they fought for it to be what it is today. So, and I believe
that's
that
not true. That's not a fact.
It's not the fact. What is the fact?
No. You don't have to respond to that. We don't have to respond to that. Otherwise, we're not going to go away today.
So, Professor, our discussion here has to be rich. It has to be rich in fact. It has to be rich in history. It has to be rich in useful suggestions. That is how we can bring more people into the discussion here and make impact. If we cannot have impact on the politics of our locality back home in Nigeria, so why are we here? What are we discussing?
Yeah.
So we want to be discussing and be having self-pity that nothing good is going
Professor,
to come out.
You are right. Professor, you are right.
Hold on. We have to be organized now. Let's wait. Are we making him the guest, emergency guest, that we are going to send questions?
Because you are lying to keep going.
Are we? No. Yeah. So if we're going to do that, we can. I mean, we can. We have the right to do
I'm not a guest. I'm just making my own contribution. In fact, I will soon leave too. Anyway.
I know. Doc, let me ask you. You mentioned I like this idea because
you should allow us to engage him.
Yeah, we're going to engage.
Have an elevated conversation. Let us go that route. I agree with him. Let's go that route.
Yeah, we can. But it's not going.
Let us do this thing.
No. It's not going to be anybody just talk whenever they like and
done by
unorganized. It will be unorganized. You've asked a question. If we're going to do that, we let other people to also ask a question. If that is what you want.
It's going beyond asking a question. We need to go back and forth. It's not
and
about
you.
questions.
It's say we, and you think about you when you say we.
No, that's why I said we.
That's
why I said we.
Okay, I said that you have your time. Okay, Ovie, let's hear.
But Dr. Dami, you need to ask the guest how long he's going to be here. That's very important. You don't impose him as the guest.
I'm not a guest.
I'm not.
He's not a guest.
Maybe I should take my leave.
This one I'm good.
Because I didn't want to talk.
No, you can't leave. You can't leave. You cannot leave. It's not possible. You can't just come and talk down on us and you say we're no, not everybody be...
So now you're not in Nigeria. You cannot live in Nigeria. You cannot live in Nigeria.
Yeah, Professor.
No, wait. I don't want to hear Ovie and also how you guys have spoken. Let's see other people. So, but let me ask you. Let me, Doc. Let me ask you. You talked about adding a referendum in the constitution so that anybody who wants to can appeal to that or make reference to that, and then they will be able to have that. Do you think, because I've asked this question to guests, different people, including Abaribe, who was a senator, is it possible? Do you think it's possible to get that across to the National Assembly that we have today? Especially if you know the constituencies and how it's structured, how we got the number of people we have in the National Assembly, and knowing that you need 2/3 to pass, let it pass the Senate and the House of Rep, and then get it to the states to approve it. And that's why it's been difficult for the National Assembly to amend the Constitution since 1999. They keep talking every 4 years, they meet and discuss how to amend the Constitution, but they cannot, because a bulk of the country will oppose whatever you want to push through. So most people who want what you are saying, we look at it and say, this is practically impossible. Even the senators will tell you that, let's say, I asked Abaribe this, and I said, the South, together, maybe with the Middle Belt, they may be able to get some things, priorities across, but they can't work together. And he said they cannot. And the reason is that there are divisions, even within the Southern Bloc. Where you have some people in the South who feel that their allegiance is towards the North. And that makes it difficult for the South to come as one block. Now, the North is facing that problem. I had an article talking to Northern leaders that some people are trying to break the North because they are seeing that the Middle Belt are pulling away. They cannot even push for something they want, even though they have more numbers of people in the National Assembly. So that is a dead end for most people who may want to approach things your way. What do you say to them?
It's not dead end.
Okay, how would they do it?
I have just told you Okay, let me go back a little bit to the history. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was unable to become Nigerian president for, number one, him and late and Chief Nnamdi Azikiwe did not work together. If those two men had worked together, Nigeria would have been almost like the US now. They did not work together. Okay? So,
why was that?
It's a matter of people coming together to see. They didn't see ahead. If they knew what Nigeria will become today, if it's possible for them in their grave now to see what Nigeria has become today, they will be regretting that they didn't work together. Now, you mentioned South-South, Southwest, Southeast, and you mentioned Middle Belt, because Middle Belt is not entirely North-Central. So Middle Belt, if you divide Middle Belt into two, then you have North-Central, you have Northwest, and Northeast. If you look at it that way, in the Senate, if there is a cohesion in the South and they are able to get North Central, there is a group that was doing that before, Afenifere and Ohaneze Indigo. They are working with the Middle Belt Forum, okay, before. I don't know how they were able to work on that, but maybe politics eventually divided them. That is the problem. Self-interest. If enough people can put away self-interest, things can work. The people that are really making Nigeria difficult are not many. They are not many. They are not the majority. They are the minority. The Middle Belt is facing a lot of security threat now. They need this referendum. But another problem is the fact that Middle Belt are majorly minority. Just, in fact, they are the middle, not central, constitute the highest minority in Nigeria. Highest number of minority. Then South-South. So if we are able to come together and fashion out ways in which the minority can have a say in Nigeria and enjoy the benefit of being part of Nigeria, we can do all of this. It's not impossible. All we need is leaders, good leaders. As Tinubu is, with his political history, if he really wants to do it in such a way that he recently formed regional commission, all these 6 regional commissions that he formed. I don't know how much work they have been able to do, but if he put a lot into that, a lot can be done if he wants to do something. Then we also need regional police. We also need regional development that the governors can relate with and they can work together. So all the regional commission that he formed, are they really working with the governors in the region to really do something useful for the region? You know, I can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But most importantly, I believe the issue of Nnamdi Kanu wouldn't necessarily come up. IPOB wouldn't necessarily come up if each region is able to determine how they want to run their life, how they want to secure their region, how they want to get themselves electricity, industry that will make people functional and gainfully employed, and how everybody will be happy. That's all we need. That's all we need.
All right. Thank you so much. I will allow one more person to engage. Okay, Ovie.
Can I push back on that?
Go ahead, Ovie.
Thank you. The history of Nigeria or Nigerian policy did not start with Awolowo. We can deceive ourselves all we want, since the Biafran lost the civil war, they have been at the back pedal of the Nigerian state. They have been at the receiving end. And I'm not just saying this without evidence. Those people who won the civil war gave us the constitution that we have today. That constitution gave us the political parties that we are practicing today. Now, in Nigeria political party system, before you even become a candidate to even stand a chance of winning, there are three ways. There are primary, open, and consensus. Each of these is clue to make sure an Igbo man never even come close. That's why they have 5 states. And if you say, how does it factor into the political process, into the party process? To be a candidate, they want to go by primary election. They either go by consensus, which why the people who owns the party come together and say, this is who we want. If they want to go by vote, by delegate, or from that angle, an Igbo man, anybody else coming from an angle is already short because they have 5 states. To get delegates, they are coming from state and local government. You are already short in one angle. In another angle, you are short with 2 states because Southwest have 3, have 7. So if all this legal process were skewed against you, that means you have to work like an extra human being to even emerge. That's why you see Obi wandering around. These are the facts that is underpinning the political structure of Nigeria. Now, to say, oh, we have to approach our national and in case you are not paying attention to what is going on, nobody needs the Southeastern votes to become president. And if that is our reality, how is their votes going to count at the National Assembly? So these are not deliberate or they made a mistake. These things are put together by some of the soundest mind in that process. So you coming here to tell us, we have to approach. That's why I ask you, how many roads to market? Which way do you press the power that be? What Nnamdi Kanu is doing is also pushing that pressure that you're asking of. You might not agree with it, but the goal is to put the government power on their toes. And that's what intellectual is all about. Question the power that be, whatever means that you have, because they are working day and night to make sure you don't have that privilege. Somebody bring the issue of the Southeast villages are being ransacked. What do you think that means? That's what they call voter disfranchising. By the time you are having 500 in a village 3 years ago, now you have 200. All these things that are happening have been pushed outside by people like you, the PhD holders. So we can galvanize the process with all grammar we want. But the reality is that adage that says that a farmer or a rich man cannot go through the needle and fire before he gets able is what we are facing through today. An average Igbo man is not a Nigerian. By distribution of policies.
All right, thank you.
War for working together, not working together. Since the end of civil war, the Yorubas and the Hausa man are being in bed. And guess what? There's nothing wrong with that. That's politics. That's
a lie. That's a lie. You are saying what you don't know. How will you say since the end of the civil war, Yoruba and Hausa have been in the bed? When even in 1979, you have a Kweme and Sagari defeated the whole war. You are not born that time, probably.
Can I just add my voice? Hold on, Ovie. Can I just add my voice, Doctor? I came in because of you. Can I just add my voice? I like your thoughts and your desire that Nigeria will work. But just what Ovie is saying, please don't dwell on his last statement. Dwell on the fact that he has presented a very formidable case.
He didn't present any formidable case.
If you allow me.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Now, he asked a question. How did the politics in Nigeria become how it became? Okay. Remember that when Nnamdi Kanu came back, he won election in Lagos, and Awolowo that they're talking about. What is the thing that why Awolowo and Nnamdi Kanu fell off? He could not get elected in Lagos. So he introduced the fact that this guy is Igbo. Why do people allow him to be there? So he used tribalism to remove Nnamdi Azikiwe from Lagos. That made Nnamdi Azikiwe to return back to the east. Remember, Nnamdi Azikiwe has always been a national player. So that one alone drove wedge between the two men. which they were never able to solve until, you know, both of them are going to be with the Lord. Let me tell you, in my secondary school, I used to have a very brilliant, you know, government teacher. He taught us to love Awolowo, because Awolowo, you read Awolowo when he gives us essay to write about Awolowo, you see somebody with brain. We all wondered why they couldn't come together. Because me, as an individual, I know if he had opportunity, I'm not trying to patronize you, but I'm simply saying that what Ovie is saying and what Rudolph have said is the bane of Nigerian society. It was right from the beginning, was designed to fail. Let me tell you, one of the things that we don't know, and I have the video, I'll just put it there. If you want me, I can send it to Rudolph. It was the former Minister of Information that was speaking at the time Obasanjo was elected. When Obasanjo was elected, there was no constitution for him to be sworn in. Okay? So we don't even know the people who wrote the constitution. All we know, from judging from John Wodo's information, was that there were 4 men who wrote it and brought it. It was not vetted by anybody, and they gave it to Obasanjo. In fact, it was not even a clean copy. They gave it to him to use and swear. My question would be to us, those of us who think things will change. Since you, Obasanjo, knew this was how this constitution came, why did you not do anything about it? Since you all read about it and discovered that there are many things that does not allow us to be a nation, why have you not, you know, helped those things to come? But it's because it pays the North and the South and the West. And so, since it's paying them, they keep playing the chess. I'm coming, sir. Please be patient.
I'm hearing
now,
you.
When we say the North, we're not referring to everybody in the North, because that's what they've been using to confuse us and divide us. I want to give you a story. Because, like I said, I'm a student of political science. Now, J.S. Tucker was one of the leaders of the South, the Middle Belt. The Middle Belt was formed by J.S. Tucker and one Solomon Lar. Am I right? Now, when he pulled out of the Middle Belt, when he pulled out of the North and formed the Middle Belt Forum, what did they offer him? They offered him to be they were making the Senate president if he brings back the Middle Belt and join with the North. Okay? Despite the advice of Solomon Lar, he said, look, this is going to work. And then he joined them to get MPN elected to win the Middle Belt, except of course Plateau didn't go to them. And then what happened at the end? The same northern LA elements gave that same offer they offered J.S. Tucker to Joseph Wyers of Cross River State. Have they not played the same thing? Now it has come back to the Igbos now. They've offered the Igbos the vice president. They've offered it now to Father Alia, who is now lying there's no genocide going on in Benue State. This is the politics of the North. So if you are thinking this is going to change, even if the whole of the Southwest, Southeast and the South come together, okay, to vote for one man, vote for Rudolph, he will never get it past the National Assembly. Because you know why? They are playing also on the greed. And I'm not saying this because the greed of the Igbo politicians, who we Igbos have known, we do not have a political leader. That is why every Igbo man you see is concerned about Nnamdi Kanu, because that's the only person who will speak and the Igbos will listen. No other person. In fact, Dan Iwanya, if you know he was leader of one of the political parties, he said that you see only Nnamdi Kanu that in the East doesn't spend one kobo. He said everybody come to the field and there will be no space. Okay? And so they are afraid that when he comes out, their positions will be what? And then every other person is playing to it. So let me say this, sir. You see, Igbos love Nigeria. If you come to my village, there is no Yoruba man building a house in my village. There's no house man building. But as I'm talking to you, my cousins have houses, mansions in Lagos. Some of them live in Ogun State, because if you don't have a land in Lagos, you go to Ogun State and build. They build their house. The house they have that in those places are better than the one in my village. So are we not the ones more nationalistic in approach than the rest of you? Can you count one man's house in Lagos? One. They only come with their mats, and when they finish, take it away. But we come there, we help develop the place, and here we're not wanted. Do you think we should continuously to be in a place where we're not wanted? And some of you, when they say, then they come and say, go back and develop a place. Our place is very developed. And I'm going to do something, I'm going to get all the places. Our place is very developed. We use our money because we like good things. We develop our place. We make ourselves comfortable. Okay? My uncle is the one who electrified the whole of my village. If you go there today, tomorrow, it has 2 generators standing there, running one in the morning, one in the evening. The people are contributing money to put on the fuel. So we are not concerned. We're not looking for government development. We are simply saying, give us a level playing ground. If you don't want to give it to us, let us go and so we can live our life. Is that too difficult? Is that too difficult?
Well, KJ, I appreciate you. You know, when we talk here, let's talk with facts, figure, and good reference to history. And I appreciate you on that. You know, with the issue of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, a very nationalistic man, Pan-Africanist, you know, I know that Abat Macaulay, a Yoruba man, was the one who handed the party leadership to Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Yeah.
You know, I also had some history about the fact that when he wanted to contest Lagos area election, some people thought that there are Yorubas following him, that he could push forward for such position, since he's a national leader. In fact, people like Adelabu Penkelemes were his follower, okay? And they were thinking that he will elevate them, you know, and things like that. Let's forget about that. But the issue of relationship between Awo and Zeke, I made reference to it because Dr. Rudolph was talking about the fact that even in the South, we are not working together. And I said that's not working together started a long time ago. Mutual suspicion. We have even exhibited mutual suspicion as we are talking here now. And somebody was telling us, lie to our faces, that Yoruba have been on the bed with Fulani since after Civil War. When we knew that.
He's not Igbo, by the way. He's not Igbo. So that
Why Zeke no he lead the ticket? Why Shehu has to lead the ticket? If you said he's not qualified according to your description,
So,
why Zeke go be president?
And we are here. It is in this country that we knew when even Ojukwu, he came from exile and he went to join APN.
Well, the party
He did not join UPN.
It makes sense. The party
He went to join APN.
No, but sir, again, let me tell you, that was part of the agreement. That was part of the agreement for which he was pardoned. That is what they're trying to do to Nnamdi Kanu, which Nnamdi Kanu refused. That's part of what they're trying to do to him. He refused.
Okoso said they will not win if Obi is the leader of the ticket in 2023. Why do you think he was saying that? Even though it's the most popular person that said
that.
The point I'm making exactly, they don't have to say it.
All right, guys.
I think, Rudolph, I think when we come to discussion like this, even if we don't agree on everything, there should be a way we will come to some conclusion that is meaningful
baseline, common
for everybody to go with. One good thing is Nigeria is what it is today because we do not allow regionalism to continue. And to be honest with you, and you may not want to take it, the first person that destroyed regionalism was Hiroshi with Decree 34. And then Obasanjo, when he was leaving, instead of him to also do something on it and see, hey, we soldiers, we can do unitary system. Politicians cannot do unitary system. Because in politics and in democracy, there is freedom of expression, freedom of everything. It is the military that can use force to bring people together by force. That was what Hiroshi did. Now, because Gowon took over, Gowon also see, it's an opportunity. They didn't go back, though he repeat Decree 34, but that was in paper. They didn't go back to regional. They didn't go back to autonomy, regional autonomy. So when Obasanjo came in and he was living in 1979, he introduced 1979 Constitution, which also made it unitary for us to, difficult for us to govern ourselves with unitary system, 1979. It's a continuation of Decree 34. Then, he handed over the power, and military came back again. Now, when he came in 1999, the same unitary constitution was still used. That was why Professor Benue Wabweze cried in 2015. He cried that there is a need for us to go back to what once worked. That they were, in fact, Benue Wabweze, Rotimi Williams. Those are the people that advised Obasanjo with presidential system in 1979. Okay? They were the people. And these are our intellectuals. They are the people, as at that time, they are the top of the people that we look up to.
Cream of the cream, yeah.
Cream of the cream. They finish us. They are the people that finish us with that 1979 constitution.
Brought by Yoruba man.
Huh?
Brought by Yoruba man, supported by the Hausas.
Dr.
All right. No, one question for him. Hold on, guys. There are people I've not heard from. Let me make sure that they don't have any OT.
That's a question, you know.
Hold on. I'll guess. Emergency guest. Maybe he's leaving. Are you going to leave? Doctor.
Yes, I'm going to leave. I have another meeting in 4 minutes. But it's nice talking to all of you. Thank you, Mr. KJ, for your angle to mellow things down. Okpebolo 2028, you should have allowed your man to finish first before you start campaigning again. Let's see what he's going to do.
But you said it's a process. Only yourself say it's a process.
So you have not let one process finish that before you start another process.
My job is to keep campaigning. That's my job.
All the works of the Beninese that were returned. Now him and Benin monarch, now they're having issue. Let them settle that one first before you start campaigning for him.
You are drifting away from the real issue. You just agree that Obasanjo is the key to our
all right. Thank you, everyone.
Why is it that since that time
may Nigeria succeed? That's all my prayer.
People like you, how can it succeed? When PhD holder, people look up to you. Look at what you are saying in public. So the question is, why is it that to set up a vice president?
I have to go.
All right, Obie, thank you. Obie, thank you. So, all right, what we're going to do now is that we are going to take a break. When we come back, we will do the rant, and I think what we're going to do is the other subjects, the big one, which is the kidnapping of school kids, the genocide, the discussion happening here in America. We will probably move it to the next stream, but I really want to know what you guys are thinking about in your rant. So we'll take a break. When we come back,
can I just say something?
Yeah, KJ,
can I just say something? I want to say to those guys who watched the program last week with Reverend Ezekiel, they have just taken down his Facebook page and all that. If you are planning to reach out to him, please do. He will need all the support that he can gather. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So let's take a break. When we come back, we do the the rant, and probably hand it over to the next stream.
Okay, guys, I'll be watching you guys
the
now.
President of Nigeria.
So
Nobody can argue there were deals that went on, and in essence, what he did was that he, more than anybody else, realized that there are many factors to the Hydra. In terms of the kinetics, apart from the Fulani, the Boko Haram, the ISWAP controlled, Ansar, Lakurawa and Co. And what he did was to play them against each other so that
you are alleging that the President Tinubu had a deal with the terrorists?
Excuse me, whether we like it or not, it is no longer a secret anywhere in the world that.
So, but what's the evidence? Some people will say that.
Okay, let me give you talk. Let me throw you one quickly. People don't realize that the Mandela bombing in Niger State, the Catholic church that was bombed in Niger State, the fellow who headed it actually was in Lagos, in Snake Island, 2 days, 3 days, and then traveled to northern Nigeria to take his team to execute. What does that tell you? Now, when he got into police custody, He was arrested and he miraculously escaped. When he escaped miraculously, where was he rearrested? Where did he take up refuge? He took up refuge in the lodge of a serving high-placed government official from Borno State, who happens to now be who? The Vice President of Nigeria. So what am I talking about here? Tinubu is one heartbeat away. You see, I feel sorry for him. In a way, we need to protect President Tinubu's life. He may think he has the guts to face these people, but I can tell you something, he has totally misread the size of the problem in which he has gone to double his hands.
Okay,
These people,
you said a lot of things. These are serious allegations.
Please, don't even bother. I'm the one talking. We are, listen,
yes.
We are the circumcision. We worship God in the spirit. We rejoice in Christ Jesus and we have no confidence in the flesh. I'm a statesman. We worry about the generations to come. I'm not worried about the next election. There's nothing I'm saying that cannot be substantiated, not only within Nigeria, but globally. So let nobody deceive themselves. He's so-called, look, why do you think the federal government is trying to deny an evident truth? And all these people who have collected 30 pieces of silver, all these people speaking from two sides of the mouth, who are just shifting positions like the mendacious president that we have, why do you think they are going on like that? Because there's a plan. If this intervention had not come, and the president was allowed to go through his 8 years, who will he hand over the country to? And does he think they are not wise enough to know that if they are able to eliminate him, into whose hand does the country go? Now, this is where the problem is. If the country goes into the hand of the Boko Haram, the Fulani will not be happy. Those who are, look, let me give you a good example. An open secret. When Shekau became
Are you saying that the country will go into the hand of Boko Haram after Tinubu?
Please, if you remember very well, just after he came in, there was some kidnappings, some bombings, and then there was an outrageous demand for one impossible, I can't remember, was it 20 billion or something, impossible amount of money. When that demand was made, it was not really because they felt that kind of money will be paid. It was a direct message, a coded message to the presidency. Everybody is aware now that there was complicity in the times of in terms of the former president Muhammad Buhari. Like I mentioned Issa Pantami. Also, don't forget about that his interesting governor who turned against Buhari in the last minute, who was persuaded to turn against Buhari, the worst governor Kaduna State has ever had. And I said something when Kaduna State was
Governor El-Rufai.
Yes. Look, let's not even go there. Go and look at his tweets in the earlier years. Go and look at his own open admission on television that he left Nigeria to neighboring countries with money to go and sponsor the terrorists who had come to kill in Nigerian territory. Why did they have that kind of confidence then? Was because they knew they had entered governance. Now, as I'm speaking right now, listen, we need to reformat this country. And there's an opportunity that has come right now that if we mismanage this opportunity, let me tell you something, even God in heaven will look away when in the south part of Nigeria, in the eastern part of Nigeria, 13-year-old girls end up being raped. Look, there was a blogger recently who was being political, and I want to tell everybody prophetically right now what is coming up for those who refuse to face truth, those who refuse to give value to the lives of others. A young blogger recently said that there's no genocide, I'm a Christian, I don't feel threatened, long live PBAT. She was one of those who was killed, if the account that is coming is right, in Kwara State in a church attack. Oh, she thought it was far away. Now, this is the fate, sadly, of those who live in
by opportunity, you're talking about Trump saying that he would interfere with what is happening in Nigeria.
Well, I prefer the word intervention. And let me put it for you like this. For any godly-minded person, the declaration of Nigeria as a country, a CPC, that designation...
Yeah.
Yes. That designation is a human designation. What we should worry about is that God in heaven himself had already declared Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in here. We had a detour. This was not where we were going before, but I'm glad we did that. Hopefully, we will get a chance to touch on other topics. All right, KJ, you are smiling. I know you like that video. I have issues with what the man was saying, but that's my personal view. But I know people like that video. For me, they asked the man to give evidence and provide. He said that this guy that attacked this place was in Lagos days before, and because of that, that means Tinubu is, but anyway, but it's all right. It's an interview, so you don't, anybody can come in front of you and say something, and you push as much as you can to get evidence from them. And that's some things that people don't understand from the perspective of journalists. Somebody can stay in front of you and say things. If you have to stop them at every juncture to say, give me, prove this, their interview won't be an interview, because there were things that people were saying here, and people were saying, you have to tell them to, that's not accurate. That means the show will not go on at all, But I trust that people do push back and correct things, and eventually we get a bigger picture, and maybe people will get their corrections. All right. So Odumodu, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Bishop.
Yeah.
Rudolph.
Have you been watching?
Yes, I've been watching, yeah.
Okay.
Bishop,
I answer anything. Anything you call me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was interesting, the Nnamdi Kanu phenomenon.
What happened to CM? Go ahead. I thought I brought CM in and he left. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the thing I wanted to say is that if Nigeria was actually working, there wouldn't be Nnamdi Kanu. People are listening to him or obeyed him because Nigeria wasn't working. So I was discussing with a friend the other day. I pointed to him to take a look at the demography of Lagos. How many non-Yoruba speaking persons are in the assembly, or state assembly? Or even if you go to Rivers State or Enugu, how many non-Igbo speaking people that are in their state assembly? So is this kind of things that if you have lived maybe outside Nigeria, maybe for example, the election that happened in New York, and you see someone, a foreigner, an entire foreigner, comes to a place, proves himself, and becomes part of the society and actually take leadership positions. Can that of a thing happen in Nigeria? Of course, no. So it has to be Baba Sobe, or it has to be someone from my village or someone to take leadership positions. And if you look at immigration, for example, people leave and come back to the country. So Nigerians are very, very desperate to leave the country because things are not working. So if Nigerians come abroad to study, they may not eventually go back to their countries. They will struggle hard to make sure they remain where the only place they have traveled to. So this is one of the reasons. I mean, the main reason is that the country is not working. And it's not working because Nigeria is not an honest society. Leadership, they are not honest about addressing the problems of the country. So whether we are or Yoruba, Hausa, or Fulani, they are not honest about addressing the problems of the country. Another example is the insecurity in the north, or even in the entire Nigeria. People are dying, and the government is making up figures and downplaying what is going on. So it takes a tweet from a president from a foreign country to make Nigerians start discussing about it. So it's really shameful. People that are maybe crying for Nnamdi Kanu or pitying him, history has many Nnamdi Kanu. So someone that is pursuing to change or for a change in a society, that's really, really hard, is really, really difficult. If the court had freed him and said that he did nothing, how many will come back and intensify to create Biafra? So Nigeria will not do that. So, and he knows. So, but this, I mean, in some cases for a country, there's often a watershed moment. So Nigeria should have taken the opportunity to see if they can change the direction of the country, or maybe find a way to resolve the issues and change the direction of the country entirely. So that's, yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you, Edmodo. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Tony before we do the rant. What's wrong with me today? Tony, go ahead.
Greetings, Doctor. Greetings, everyone on the panel. Doctor, can you remove, I'm appearing in 2 places on the platform. Can you take one of
Everybody's
them?
appearing in 3 places. We have a technical issue. I think I wanted to talk about that. Somebody else set up the show, so he had the landscape and the portrait together. So people are seeing both. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe
Doctor, tell us the truth. You are trying to get rid of KJ, and so you are using AI. You are practicing your AI.
No, it cannot be corrected at the end of the show. It can't be corrected.
Yeah, it cannot be. That's what I'm being told, that until the next stream they will correct it. But
I've been coming in and going, so I was wondering what's happening to.
It wasn't anybody's fault. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. What am I going to talk about? Nnamdi Kanu.
Go ahead.
Let me just talk generally about the state of our nation today. Security. It's a shame that Nigeria has to be going through the situation that we are in now. I feel sad. I even feel sad for the president because we have the situation where the president has not been presidential, and to add all these problems that we have, which is partly a result of his inactivity, if you want to say that. And then compounding it with the judgment that we just had concerning Nnamdi Kanu, I think is one that has added more tension to the very charged security atmosphere that we currently have in Nigeria. Now, speaking about Nnamdi Kanu, I think that the judgment, even though there are blunders that Nnamdi Kanu himself made, but I think the objective had been achieved by those who are persecuting him, to put him behind bars, finally, to demonize him, vilify him, make him a criminal, and so put him in a position where people now have to be pleading for him. So that's the way my reading of the situation. But I also know from what I see that eventually Nnamdi Kanu would be freed, not very likely by the court, but maybe through a political solution, either by Tinubu or whoever comes next after him, if Nigeria still exists. I think that it calls for the Southeast to now put away their differences and re-strategize, because whether you like it or not, what had just happened is not just a blow to the Southeast, also Nigeria, because there's a way in which, if this situation is not properly handled, I've heard people, speaking to Southerners, calm down, don't let nobody disturb the peace, and so on and so forth. Implicit in that judgment is the realization that it is possible for this judgment to cause a problem that will snowball, all over the nation and worsen the problem that we already have. So I think that we need to be calm. I think that the Southeasterners and all lovers of peace and justice should strategize and make sure that this is not the end of this issue. irrespective of whatever it is or position concerning Nnamdi Kanu's approach or system or method. Because if you look at it, there's the injustice part of it, if you want to look at politics. The fact that there are people who were members of NADECO at a particular time in the dark days of Nigerian politics. People took up arms against the nation because they felt that there was injustice done to them or done to their race or done to someone who came from their race following the June 12th election. A lot of people died. Radio Kudera was set up. People left this country. You know, the economy was almost grounded. And yet today, some of those people are our leaders today. Nobody was sent to jail. Nobody was killed. Nobody was demonized. So there's nothing that has happened today. If you place Nnamdi Kanu, whatever Nnamdi Kanu has done side by side with the trajectory that you have had. And people have gone to mention Igboho, mention Gumi, mention Sheikh Jingiri, mention some other people who have done worse things and so on and so forth. Even my people in the Niger Delta. And the approach was different. So if we want peace, if we want to make sure that the fragile security that we have in this country is not made worsened by actions, either by the court or politicians, I think there's a need for us to resolve this whole issue so that Nigeria can move forward. That's my initial take. Let me stop there.
All right, Tony, thank you. Sully, welcome to the show. I will give you the last word on the Nnamdi Kanu situation, and then we go on rants. Go ahead.
Okay, I thought we were speaking about there is no genocide situation also.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can make it your rant. That should have been our second topic, but we had a detour and we didn't get to that. That should be what the news stream that we start after this we discuss in detail. But you can talk about that if you want to.
Okay, because I already knew where this Nnamdi Kanu situation was going to. You know, it was kind of predictable. They are going to use him as leverage. You know, so
all right. Talk about the
yeah. So for the people that were expecting USA to put boots on ground, you know, they are never coming to come and put boots on ground. You know, the best they can do is put sanctions, you know, and all this kind of economic pressure. But the sanctions will affect the average Nigerian. The sanctions will affect the elites and the politicians. The USA cannot just come inside your country and start unaliving, you know, politicians, with all the international laws. That's why your politicians are so braggadocious. They know that nothing will ever happen to them. That's why they came back to Nigeria to become politicians, because they know that they will be internationally protected. What they can do is, let me use Wiki as example. The money that I used to buy houses in places like USA, they can say that, okay, where did he get the money from? He probably stole the money from Nigeria and then he laundered the money. The money will become a form of crime that they can use it to pin him internationally, because every money that he has used to buy properties wherever it is, whether it's Turkey, Europe, America, they will say that it is laundered money. This is how they will corner this, your politicians. They will seize all their properties. And if they find out that they are a government which is in support of, you know, genocide that is going on in Nigeria, they can start to put international warrants on them and arrest them if they go to these countries like Turkey, Europe, but they can't come to Nigeria to come and carry them. Now, what they needed, which was the nail in the coffin, was a live streaming of genocide, which we got, is it not this week or last week? Now, they have every single thing that they need to come into your country if anything happens. Some people are now asking, oh, is places like Lagos safe? Is places like Port Harcourt, anywhere that has ports, anywhere that has oil, anywhere that has interest for them, including Abuja. That's why you see all those Fulani people. They are surrounding everywhere. They've never touched Abuja for once. They are not going to touch Lagos, even though they are in Lagos. They are already everywhere in Lagos. They are not going to touch key states, because if they touch these states, US can actually put foot on ground. They will be there within 30 minutes to you know, totally divide the country. They will divide the country. So Fulani, they are very smart. You know, they are government backed, and the people that are in government too are very smart. This is a pure genocide. They just had another attack where Nigerian army was protecting them. This is recent though, and they burnt the whole town down. So your army is complicit, your police too is complicit, even though some of them may not know, but the police is complicit, the whole government is complicit. You have a government that is allowing, protecting, and supporting genocide. You are at war, but Nigerians don't want to agree. I still heard some people say, oh, the whole country can still get better only if an Igbo man is president. I say, in the face of war, in the face of war, Nigerians still have time to be tribalistic. I say, God Almighty, who help these people? They will never grow up. So, but part of the things like maybe they are unaliving or kidnapping maybe 1,000 people in a week. We've almost reached that level. You know, they are slowly checking all the mark for an invasion, but it is very, very unlikely that they are going to set foot on ground. So now, what will these restrictions do for your politicians? Your politicians are going to become financially weaker, right? They pretend to be doing kumbaya. It is all of us, you know, in the political class against the Nigerian citizen. But that is a lie. Once their assets are seized, once their finances are being drained, they will start backstabbing each other. They'll start backstabbing each other for power. People like El Rufai will be very happy. You know, people like all these people, they will now start looking for how to pinch each other. Now, the elites that want to keep quiet in Nigeria, a lot of them have done business with politicians. A lot of them have kept quiet because they've helped politicians launder money. Those ones too will be affected. All their wealth will be stripped from them. All their flying privileges will be stripped from them. So they will be forced to talk. Since they want to sit down in their mansion in Nigeria and be keeping quiet, they will be forced to talk because all their power will be taken away from them. Now, it is now the Nigerian people's time, because the 2020, if all these things happen before 2027, it will be harder for the government to rig the election. They will not be able to rig at least 70 to 80% of the election, and they might be forced to do electronic voting. Not the one that they will vote and they will get the result tomorrow. They will vote today and you get your results today. My question now is that when we get to this stage as Nigerian people, will you still come here and be telling me that, oh, we are not looking at party, we are looking at the person, like the same thing they did in Anambra? Oh, it's not the person, it's the party. We are looking at the, sorry, it's not the party, it's the person. We are looking at the person. That's why APC got 80-something thousand votes in Anambra. It's just an excuse. It's just an excuse. Even after all this invasion, after all this sanction, after they will do everything to your politicians, are you sure your people will still not vote APC after? If you are not honest with yourself, that's when you lie to yourself that people will still not vote APC. So how are we as Nigerian people going to take advantage of this situation? They've been playing politics with your life, all your life. Are you ready to play politics with their life? Are you ready? Most Nigerians are not ready, unfortunately. They are not ready.
All right.
So Nnamdi Kanu is just a prisoner of war, unfortunately.
Thank you, Solly. Thank you so much. Ngozeka, you are next, and welcome. Ngozeka, you muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm asking, is this the rant session? Because I want to rant. I don't have anything.
Oh, okay,
to
no, not the rants. I'll start with you
right,
after forefathers. Just stay there. I'll start with you after forefathers. Forefathers, welcome.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. I think this week is quite depressing, isn't it? The Nigerian government, they seem like they are hell-bent and on making sure this country doesn't succeed. I remember saying when Tinubu came into office that he had a chance to be one of the best presidents Nigeria has had because the subsidy had been removed, so he had financial wiggle room. Dangote refinery is coming on stream. Nigeria had 20% invested in Dangote refinery. Things are looking up. And he said he was going to recruit and secure the country. But what did he do since then? Everything he has done is to sabotage the country. And of all the times they could have convicted Nnamdi Kanu is now. There is something seriously sinister about the behavior of some of our leadership. You will see Somebody like Abike Dabere will go and retweet a very nasty tweet and no apologies, and she's still in her job. It tells you that these people are just looking for every way to destroy us. And that is the interesting thing. Sometimes when people criticize, talk about Trump and everything, we forget that they are all on the same club. Where do you think Tinubu runs to all the time? Is it China or is it Russia? He goes to the West all the time. He changed our national anthem with that written by an Igbo woman. It's like, see, and I've always been wondering. I was thinking about it. I said, people have sabotaged so many things. He sabotaged Nigerian currency. He tried Dangote refinery is still coming on stream, and the naira is appreciating a little bit. I was like, they are going to find a way to sabotage this thing. I was thinking there has to be a way because the pattern remains the same. Maybe this is it. And the way the whole thing is so convoluted for so many of Nigerians to follow, because all Nigerians care about is tribe. That's all. They can't think far enough to see how the whole thing connects. Because in the end, we are the ones that will suffer. No matter what you are talking right now, when any of it happens, we are the ones that will suffer. You like it or not. The only one truth I think the foreign minister of Nigeria made, statement he made, he said, they are finished with Sudan, they want to come to Nigeria. Both Sudans are in tatters right now. And we Africans, we are spectacular at destroying each other. Like, I've never seen any group that spectacular at it. And if that being we are destroying each other and remaining strong, that would be Asians, they fought each other, but they are very, very strong individually. North and South Korea divided, both sides are extremely strong. But we scatter each other and scatter everything, including when we finish dividing, we scatter the other side too. When I watch Nigerians, I'm like, did you even ask yourself, why of all times, this is when they convicted Nnamdi Kanu? Of all the time they could have convicted him. You can't even make it up. It's almost as if they want to set the country on fire. It's pure madness. When you watch Nigeria, you see, and what makes it maddening for me is where other people are. People are busy talking about the tribalism and the fights and everything. And that's what makes it so easy. You heard what Solly said. Trump will just come and divide Nigeria because we are so easy. We are so easy to just come. When they tried Iran, within 12 days, they were begging for ceasefire. They wanted to do the same thing to Iran. You know that. They tried to decapitate them. They didn't succeed. But we are all too easy. Do you think Iranian leaders were not cruel to their people? They were cruel to their people. They were killing a lot of them just because somebody they didn't cover their hair. The people hated the Iran government, but when the Iranians, when stuff came to it, they banded together and the whole thing. They knew that the Americans knew that they couldn't fight these people. These are people that have been under sanctions since 1979. They've been through it all, and yet they are strong. That ancient kingdom you hear about, Persia, that blood that flows through them still ensures that they still manage to remain strong. They are divided. They have different groups. They bomb each other sometimes, but they still manage to remain strong. I worry that our own people, Trump hasn't even landed. They will be giving this thing, red carpet. That is the depressing part. And when we should be banding together, personally, what I think we should be doing is finding a way to band together against these people in office. They are evil. I can't even, the kind of evil these people, the kind of evil they are perpetrating on the continent. These are all leaders we have. They are just devils. They can do anything. And maybe that's all Nigerians. Maybe that's what people are like. They can do anything just to remain in the good grace of whatever master they serve. And they've kept their people in ignorance and they prime them so well. They prime them so that they will be so divided. What kind of people are those? Don't you think this is deliberate? You allow headsmen to be attacking the people, attacking them. Then you, the leader, you are also bigoted against the people. What are you asking for? Are you really that evil? This is what I mean. It's like they are caretakers. Now their time is running out and they want to invite their colonizers back. The pattern doesn't make sense, even if you are like a weak leader and you are worried about foreigners. But these people, their behavior goes beyond that. The kind of wickedness that I see in Nigeria sometimes, I just can't. And well, after they finish with the leader, then you see it among the people. That pastor that came out today on Adiola, and he was saying what he was saying. He was talking about great conspiracy and this in supremacy. And I think Adiola asked him, whom are the supremacists? He didn't want to mention them. Because probably if he wanted to mention, he would have mentioned the Europeans and the Trump that he is calling in. Because it seems he can see. He actually knows what it's about. He said it's not even Islam. He knows. But he doesn't want to mention it because he too is compromised. And I never have seen him before. He just showed up just now. When he says supremacy, what are you talking about the supremacy? That's the first time I've had anybody describe some of these things I've described. He said, this is bigger. They are moving from north to the south. But he didn't describe it in detail. I've seen how these people have moved. If you look at Israel, it's the same movement. What you are seeing in Israel, Europeans are moving into Israel. Basically, you would think it's justified between two people. But if you look at the shape of the world, it's changing. Africa is becoming smaller and smaller. Have you ever bothered to look at the map? The area we occupy is getting smaller and smaller every day. The desert is pushing us south. They are coming south. And nobody is thinking strategically. Nobody is thinking about, hey, what's going to happen 20 years from now, 50 years from now? Nobody amongst our people. Instead, our leaders are so evil. They are busy dividing each other. And some religious people are also helping fund it. We are so lost. It's so scary. But the only advice I'll give Nigerians is that if you are this lost, ask yourself where your ancestors, the ones that fell during the colonization wars, what would they be thinking if they know what they know now? And if they had a chance to do it again, what would they do? Because I think that's where your wisdom will start. Then you will start seeing these leaders that are governing you right now. They are evil. They are not your people anymore. They are serving other people. They are there to make sure your future, your children's future is completely imperative. If necessarily, they might even enslave us again. Maybe they will not even need us. They might just exterminate us. We barely survived the last time. Make no mistake. I can tell you this. We barely survived the last time. And they are coming again. And our people are making it too easy because we are so used to fighting each other as if we've not played this game before. We fought each other before and we want to do it again. And my advice to you is that don't make the mistakes. Like I said, go think from the point of view of your ancestors that fell during the colonization wars. They fell, they were buried, but think, their blood flows through your veins. Think, what if they were alive today and they had a chance to do it again, knowing what they know now? What would they do? Would they go about siding with the people against each other? Would they side with these useless leaders that we have right now? That's my advice to you, because right now there is something diabolical going on in Nigeria, and they are really trying to make sure this country, whatever progress we've had, they will completely destroy everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to see if we can get Ngozika in. Oh, okay, Ngozika is in. I see Janaba. Janaba, let me go to Ngozika first because she's in and out. But I was told that we have on my record here about 500 people watching, but only 100 likes, that I should plead with everybody to please like and share so that other people can see this. That's my producer just sent me that message. So please like and share. Help us if that will help. Thank you. Ngozika, we are beginning to rant, and we are going to give everybody 3 minutes to rant on any topic that you are interested in ranting about. It doesn't have to be anything we've discussed today. Okay. All right, let's start with Ngozika. Ngozika, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
How are you? Ngozika, go ahead. We can hear you. Unmute yourself.
Okay, so I think my visual and audio, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so good evening, everyone again. I want to rant about this week in Nigeria. That's my rant. Gone are the days where you wake up every day to one bad news in Nigeria. These days, if you get at least 2 bad news, then it's going to be a great day. This week did not start off well. The Kebbi schoolgirls abduction, then the killing of the general, then the girls from St. Mary, and even the one in Nasarawa that they are denying, and many others. I am mentioning these cases one by one because I remember in the not so distant past where people in the south used to say, oh, it is happening in the north. That's their problem. They made their bed, so let them lie on it. And I want to ask how far, how market, is it still happening in the north? Does it concern us now? Can we all now see that Ufaka Rotamman was one? The second rant is about the Nnamdi Kanu sentence. I find the timing very insidious, very, very insidious. Anybody that has followed my take on Nnamdi Kanu since this program started knows it hasn't changed. I do not like the man, but my liking him or not does not in any way affect who he is, what he's done or what he has not done, or the judgments. I say this to say that the timing is very, very horrible. Horrible, and feels like a goddamn trap. And it has me worried because I know how hot-headed a good number of his supporters are. It has me really, really worried. What are the chances that they won't go berserk and turn Ali Igbo into something we cannot recognize? For those that are against or for the sentencing, please sleep on this. While you are debating whether or not Nnamdi Kanu deserves to go to jail or whether he deserves to be set free, which honestly I don't care, I'm only thinking about this. How is it going to affect me that is living in Enugu? And I can tell you how, very badly. It is going to affect me very, very badly because if his supporters choose to go berserk, the government will have more reasons to put more boots on ground. The Southeast is already extremely militarized. If they go berserk, they're going to have more reasons to push the already stretched thin military down to the Southeast to come and unleash havoc. If they don't go berserk, we know they are going to continue with their, we don't know who did it, and havoc is still going to reign. So either way, the Southeast is not, we did not get any favors from this sentencing. And it comes at a time where families are planning to come home for Christmas, for the end of the year. It's almost as if they want to make sure we are all home so that they will take us out. End of my rant.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. Janaba, welcome to the show. We are ranting. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Rudy, it's good to have you. Since I never have opportunity, I can turn my rant to anything, and I played with you to give me more time. First of all, I don't think anybody should worry so much about Nnamdi issue. It's a leverage, it's political, and it's in a place in Sokoto for a reason. He will find a conversation with the people over there. He will get visit from many people. When he was in Kuje, he encountered so many Hausa people. Fulani and all of that. They have a good relationship. They get to understand themselves better, that they are pursuing the same Nigerian goal, but it's happening to people in different ways. So I don't think if you understand the dynamic, it's not something you put so much into emotion into it. It's not going to do any life sentence. So I don't think anybody should worry about that. Secondly, the issue with that pastor, whatever, with Adeola, he should take his medication. He's knowledgeable about the issue a little bit, but the religious thing is playing. At this point, I don't mind whether Nigeria is civilized or whatever. There are many people come here to say that Paul is from Turkey. Paul is from Turkey. Turkey is a better place today under Islam than Nigeria, that is a secular nation. So what difference does it make? Whether we are Christian nation, we are Muslim nation, once the citizens have no free right to move around freely, what difference does it make? Turkey is well developed than Nigeria. So what are you guys, people make that a religious talk issue. And that is to tell us how backward and the part that religion still play in our life, that you do not understand your personal life. And in summary, even though I asked for more, I don't want to go into some sensitive issues, but until we get rid of all those religious things from ourselves, and this timing, politics or whatever the US is saying, all of that, it's a struggle of power and domination. And I believe that the Europe, which is the Arab world, is up and down. They just one are more civilized in approach, whichever way you want to say it, and one is more of uh, radical, forceful than the other. But end of the day, what should bother on Nigeria is that uh, where is the way forward after all of this? 20 years from now, 30 years from now, where Nigeria will be? That's what we're gonna, where our children will be. And they will be safe whether we get a pushback or we remain where we are today, or the Islam take over. But the most important thing is to make sure all Nigerians are free to move around freely and go about their business and choose any religion they want to. But the notion that you are using it as a religious bait, that is what they want us to see. They are after our resources and who is in charge of us. So to me, is bigger than that. And those that play religion into this is very irritate me so much that we are using religion as what we are saying. Somebody say he was disappointed with the governor of Benue State that saying it's no genocide and all of that. It's a politician. What do you expect him to say? Politicians, they have a talking point that they spin just to be political correct. And he knows that the public will not help him. He know how Oton was chased out of farm, broad daylight. So he understand the deal. So it's not about anybody is trying to be smart over this thing and the thing, this and that. We're all going to be fine if we choose to not to use this thing to divide us. So my summary is that whether it's Islam or Christianity, it's a choice. But the most important thing, 20 years from now, Nigeria will be a different nation, dynamic in religion, period. Whether we like it or not, Nnamdi, when he come out, he will preach a different message. Trust me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonaba. Let's get Oti in. Oti, you're next. You have 3 minutes to rant on anything. Unmute yourself, please.
I don't think I let me just kind of a quick response to John Abba. I don't have anything more to say, really. I don't talk too much. I don't believe in talking too much, quite frankly. So, John Abba, on the one hand, you are telling us, giving the impression that everything is all right. We should not worry. But on the other hand, you are telling us that the governor of your state can't even, in the public, express his opinion, that he's perhaps afraid for his life, afraid that he cannot, maybe remain in power, in office, if he doesn't play according to a certain script. That's what you just said. And you are saying we are all right. I don't know. That's your logic, your understanding. That it beggars belief. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, you just said that the governor of your state, because he's a reverend father, I understand, and there's no Christian genocide in Benue, okay, and the people, there are the population, a sizable population of his constituents, are in ID camps, right? So what's happening to them? Okay, and he's saying there's no Christian genocide, there's no problem, okay, and you've also said that this guy cannot, say what is his mind. For one reason or the other. And you think, oh, this is normal. No problem. That's what you said. I don't know. I'm done.
All right. Thank you. We don't normally give people a chance to give feedback because it will be, but I will allow for this.
What more can I say? I just listen.
No, not you. Thank you. I know Oti, you did well. I'm not talking out to you. I'm talking about John Abba. He's looking at me as if he wanted to respond, but let me give him that chance because it was directed to him. John Abba.
Thank you, Rudy. Your eyes can see even though you wear glasses. The thing is this. Is whether we look at it, all of this thing we're speculating. I have in-law is serving currently on a special duty in Sokoto, and he's a top rank guy. And I asked him what is going on. I'm not going to go into details, and he tells me, just like Nigerian people will say that my hand are tied. I say, wow. We go on and on and on and on. And he told me that those people have more equipment than them. That they have drone, they have everything. And they have, before they even move, they know about their movement than they know about them. So what am I trying to say? We are looking at the play out of a bigger thing than us. And there are things, even personally now, I will not say it here. The reason is because maybe it's not the right time to say it, or it's not the people that we bear the end or the consequences of whatever I will say here. It may not be me. So things that happen, that people scramble around and say, okay, and they come out and they're trying to maintain cool. It's not because it's not happening. It's not because the reality is not like something wrong is not going on. I'm not in support that the governor cannot say whether it's a genocide, it's a terrorist, and all of that. It's left for him knowing how he put himself together. The point is that he's bigger than him. He's bigger than your president. He's bigger than your president. He's bigger than him. So when something is bigger than you and you are not ready to confront it and not ready to die for that cause, there is no point, especially if you are ready. What about the other life that you are putting at risk around you? So things that are happening is happening so fast. I don't want to go into detail again, but not that I'm in support or I'm saying nothing is happening. Something that is happening is bigger than you. You have to calm down and find a better way. But then what we are saying here is that this is not a joke. This is not a joke. Something seriously is going on. And once you are not ready to say some certain things and to do anything, and you don't have your security in place, and you don't think if you say it, you're not ready to die for it, what do you do? Then you come and if you come to the public, what is called United Front. It's like now you cheated with your wife and your wife still come by your side. It's called a United Front. It's just like a royal family. When they know this guy is going to go out of the family, they'll still come out as a family together. It's called United Front. Doesn't mean that that is what is happening behind the scene. I'm not that I'm endorsing his speech or not, but something bigger is happening. Go ask people who are in security and who have a knowledge of what is going on in Nigeria in 10 years, in 10 years, 20 years from now. All what we are saying will change our mind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let's hear from Tony. After Tony, comparable facts. 3 minutes.
Again, greetings, Doctor, and greetings, everyone. Doctor, my view, I sent something to you on WhatsApp. That was my view. It was an article that I wrote, focusing on insurgency, the challenges, and my suggestion as to what Nigeria should do. I saw that you read. Let me just say that currently Nigeria is sitting on the keg of gunpowder. The clouds are gathering, and something is going to happen very soon, and which is sad. I think that the government has failed. It is struggling to hold on. So it's not about whether Trump is coming or Trump is not coming. All eyes internationally is focused on Nigeria. And it's only a question of time before things begin to happen. They're already happening. If you look at what I wrote, you would see that if you look at northern Nigeria, for instance, you will see that there's a strategic location of insurgents all over the north in terms of areas that they will capture. None of them is mingling into any of the zones, their colleagues in arms, if you put it that way. So, and the military is in a position where it's unable to deal with the various threats at the same time. They are incapable, they are badly motivated, they're badly equipped. And then, of course, you have corruption and you have all kinds of things that is hampering the fight against insurgency. If you look at what we're seeing now, you find out that they're exactly the things that happened in Jonathan's first term that eventually led to unseating him. What am I saying? I'm saying that there's a semblance. First of all, you see that there's insurgency on the increase. You see that the presidential election is approaching. You see that there's an appeal to America for help, which you saw during, against Jonathan. You will see an intensification of insurgency. You see a willingness by some countries outside Nigeria and interest groups to meddle into Nigerian politics. You also see a government that is probably chickening out. He can't hold his position. He can't stand his ground. And then you see a military that is politicized with fit columns all over the place. Intel is badly handled. And if you have an insurgency, if you have an invasion in Nigeria, you would imagine that there will be Nigerians who, if they are gratified and given money, would fight on the side of the opposing force against their own country. That is how low, that is how bad the situation is. How do we go out from here? I think the government, every section is disgruntled. There's a groundswell of disgruntlement across board. So it's a challenge for the government that in dealing with this issue, it has to come out clean. It has to do the needful. Otherwise, there'll be no country. I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we go to comparable facts, I got information from my producers that we only have 2 people who have supported us today with their super chats. It said I should remind people that this is Christmas. It's coming, and that they should, let me read this, because yeah, that they should remember to support us so that we can continue to do this producers program. Thank you for those who have supported us. All right, I'm doing what I'm told to do. Comparable facts, Ernest, 3 minutes.
Yeah, greetings everybody. Let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to rant. I don't normally stay on rant, but I decided to stay. So I'm going to speak on the Nnamdi Kanu, specifically on the governance of Nigeria. We borrowed the way we govern, from America, which you have a legislative, the executive and judiciary. But when it comes to Nigeria, I don't think we have a judiciary. Judiciary has become a subsidy, of executive. And of course, we know the present dispensation that we have. The legislative is, it's already been captured, but it has always been like that. That that the judiciary is, has been a subsidiary of the executive. That has been the norm. But as the present government, has taken it to a different level. Why am I saying this? We know since our 64 years we've been independent. Nigeria is defined by ethnicity. Is defined by ethnicity, tribalism, and religiosity. That's where we are. This is why our country is not working. And I believe even the little progress we have made, maybe in recent years, 15 years or 13 years ago, we are pretty much plateaued. We are not going anywhere. We are pretty much regressing. This is, and I said it to say because of the recent Nnamdi Kanu case that was adjudicated. Be it whatever it may be, like I said, the government, said they have a strong case. I think they said the strong case they have, the strength of their prosecution is like the strong audio and video statement, clear indication that Nnamdi Kanu, a proscribed organization. A solid document, they said, the transmission of radio, terrorism act. But they have, the reason why they didn't really charge him for terrorism because they couldn't prove that he actually has, control the violence that happened in the Southeast. So there's no direct evidence linking him to that. But this is the problem. So that's why I have an issue about the adjudication of the case. It's not that whether they sentence him or not. I just find the sentencing very, very uneven. When it comes to that, if anybody here in this platform can actually show me where an incitement, or where an instigation or an incitement in terms of Nigeria. No, let me say, okay, we know that Nigerian law is based on common law, which we inherited from the British people. There has to be a precedent of everything, for you to sentence somebody. But in this Nnamdi Kanu case, there's no precedent to justify sentencing him to life imprisonment, sentencing to life imprisonment or death sentence, which they actually wanted to, but they tried to say maybe because of the international angle, they're going to just give him, life sentence. But there's no precedent, in modern case law. If anybody here who is a lawyer, give me a precedent in a modern case law where an incitement, has been sentenced to life, life imprisonment or death sentence. I've been looking, I've not found any. So that's why I said the law in Nigeria is, is uneven. It has to be political motive. Like I said, what just happened is political. The action was political. Whether it was meant for the Southeast or whatever, that I don't know. It's a problem we have, So that's my own main submission. This is why I'm against whatever happened. I believe, it doesn't make any sense for people actually carrying the act, the terrorists, compared to an incitement. I'm not saying, if they actually prove it, we shouldn't be punished. But the judgment was very, very uneven, in my opinion. So that's my conclusion, Dr. Rudo.
Thank you, Comparable Facts. Let's go to Sully. You're next.
Yeah. So, see, don't go to church, because Nigerians, they don't used to hear word. They always think, it's their church. It can never be our church. Don't go to church. It's not by force. But I know some people won't still listen. At the end of the day, it's not Nigerians. So these governors, they said that school is closed. Deep down, they are happy. They've always been looking for a reason to close the school since, so that their people can be illiterate. and they've just gotten the perfect excuse. Some people are praising them, say, yes, this is what you should do. I say, say, Mumu, you don't know they're happy. God. Anyway, Sha, so someone was in the comments saying, I think they will not enter Lagos because I'm a Yoruba person. It's not about that. See, if you have common sense, let me tell you the states to go to. Sorry about that. The reason why I said that they can't enter these states is because these states are assets to USA. They have investments there, they have interests there. You know, some of them are oil producing, some of them are for the port, some of them are for infrastructure. They can't lose these states to Islamists. So they will surely set foot on ground to protect those states. Not all the states in the south, but these people are willing to set foot on ground with their weapons and military to protect the states. Lagos State, number 1. Ogun State, number 2. Oyo State, Rivers State, Bayelsa and Delta. Then Abuja. If you notice, these bandits are not going to go full scale on this. They've surrounded the whole Abuja. They've surrounded. Why? Ask yourself, why have they not touched Abuja? Because they know what to come after. I'm not saying they are not going to try and touch it, though, but the day they go for those states, they are going full on. That is when you know that there's actually war in Basinse, there's war in Nigeria. So they will leave those ones for last minute because those ones come with US backing. If you are smart and you are not the average, you know, stupid Nigerian, you go to these states and you stay there for safety. Don't do all this. It can never happen to me, or it can never happen in my church, or it can never happen in this area. But protect yourself so that you know you continue to come and watch us here. We don't want to lose you because you are strong. You are forming hard-headed, you know. So, well, just wait for it to happen. That's just all I have to say. Wait for it to happen.
All right.
And sorry, one more thing. I don't understand how people can continue to say things like somebody is slapping you. You are saying their hands are tied. Somebody is stabbing you. You are saying it's just government incompetence. Somebody is choking you. Why you are choking? You are saying it is the political opponents. They are the ones causing this. When are you going to admit that it is your government that is against you? This is why I cannot fight with Nigerians. You will continue to deny the enemy. Till the enemy finish us, pata. They will not say, maybe it was government, Sha. Maybe, when it's too late. You know, I don't know why you don't want to accept. I've never seen anything like this in the world. If this was happening in any other country, everybody will blame the government. But we always have excuses for oppressors and no excuse for the people that want to oppress. You know, this thing needs to be studied. It really needs to be studied.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's hear from KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Well done. You have done so well. You have 4 hours counting. Today has been quite interesting. And Soli, you know, I always like your contribution, especially when you're not insulting. So I really enjoyed your contribution today, and you know, that of my brother Puebla and many other people. So let me not say, you know, you see what he just said is, I'll take it from there. It's very true. We are drowning, but because our head, you know, our hands can still see, you know, you can still wave your hand outside. You are still playing and say, no, it's just my head that's underwater. My hand is still outside. That's what is going on. Okay. Yes, I agree with him. When we analyze this in 2011 and 12, that's when we analyze these issues, and we get to say that Abuja and Lagos is going to be the last point. But they will come. Remember, you know, before the consulate in Lagos, Liberia used to have the biggest American embassy outside of you know, America. Okay, but today, you know, the war went to Liberia. The only thing that the war didn't do was to get to the American embassy in Liberia. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that those people who think it's not coming, wake up, smell the coffee. It's at our doorstep. It is here. It's coming, and it's going to get to all of us. If you like, you can play politics with it. If you like, you don't. If you like, and go and say there's no genocide going on. Why the communities in Benue State, more than 40, what is 43? You know, because the whole of Gwe is gone, okay? The whole of Gwe is gone. Okum is gone, okay? Communities in Vandeka is gone. I mean, I said Vandeka in where the college of education is, Kasinala is gone. Okay, but coming towards the Tupo side, you see majority of those places are gone, and you are still thinking it is Uhuru. Wow. You see, the truth remains. There is something that is tragically happening. When those places are sacked, they are replaced and renamed. So if eventually at the end of the day, we may not be able to recover some of those places. Just yesterday, I had a friend send to me a particular family who have been lost. All of them have been, taken out in this, present attack. 5 members of their family and their cousins and everything gone. So that DNA, like I said last week, majority of those DNAs will never be seen again on earth, because you didn't have a problem. You know that you went to bed having issue with anybody, but you wake up and see yourself in heaven that you didn't prepare for. And somebody is saying it's okay, that is politics. This thing. No, it's not going to get better. And let me put it clearly for anybody who is still doubting. The only reason why your village has not been gotten to yet is because thief land has not totally been taken. Once thief land is totally taken, Igbos, those ones who are making fun of Nnamdi Kanu and talking rubbish, get ready. You and I, we will see them. You see, those are the bastions that are keeping us where we are, keeping the East. They are the ones keeping the East. These people waging it now are the same people who fought the Civil War. They fought it on behalf of the North. It's not the Fulani that fought the Civil War. It's the people of the South, the Middle Belt. And it's that courage that they have that they're using to keep these people in place. And if these politics continue and those places fall, you and I will be visited in the East. And you already know we are totally segmented because we like to play stupid politics. If you notice, they always get one of us to do a good presentation because they know we know how to speak English and, present a very clean slip, clean script. That is what Miss what's her name did in the Congress. She presented a clean slate.
Okay.
Okay, that's what she did. I wanted to write her a stinker, but I decided to let it be. Okay, but remember, what I want to tell her is that remember, your grandmothers are in the village. They will be served. They'll be served breakfast very soon. Okay, it doesn't matter what you look. Call a spade, and that is why I will always appreciate. Even though you can say I grew up there, but I appreciate the thief man. I will always appreciate him. If it's not for you, he will tell you it's not for you. He doesn't play politics. If it's for you, he will tell you it's for you, and you go with you wherever it will end. So if we keep playing this politics, divided, there's some people talking all kinds of things. Where are we going? Let us sit down. If you're not surprised and overwhelmed by the fact that John Nwodo many years ago said it was 4 people that wrote your constitution that you can't even change. 4 people, and give it to Obasanjo at night to be sworn in the next morning. And we cannot ask why that constitution cannot be amended or why we cannot get things done. And you are still comfortable looking for how to patch it. For how long will it happen? And I want to say this finally. If by 2011 we already said that Abuja was taken because we found 8 sleeper cells with over 50,000 people. Now, think of what will happen. 2011. That's 2011. What is going to happen now? As I raise my case.
All right, KJ, thank you so much for that rant. Next is Ovia.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Our PhD order that came, he said that everything a process. Bola Tinubu started 1999 a process. But again, he doesn't see the process, me following his logic to support my candidate. They wait, make it in 2028 before I begin to shout just like them. Again, he's a PhD holder. Uncle Oti, I'll put you on the center stage because you took the PhD holder side regarding your own people. When you scream, say 90 after the Civil War, Ekweme and Shehu Shagari come together. Yes, but it was a spare tire. That's not my words. Konkoso Tokam. What you are speaking about, what you disagree about, Konkoso said it exactly. Every election, I pick a candidate for a reason because as a student, it good make you give yourself assignments, regardless of who that person is, just so I know how the process is working and what I missed. Konkoso say if Obi be top of his ticket, and people no go vote for him. And they speak Hausa, so ever way he put him, I go understand that. Even though if we speak Fulani, it will only take me a few times, I go understand what it means. He said, if Obi be on top of that ticket, my people will not vote for that ticket. So these intellectuals, and they always talk and say, there's time for everything. The time has come whereby the intellectuals, Soli, thank you, these in diaspora, they will be making case for the elites, but keep shitting on the ordinary man on the street because they believe we don't understand what we are doing. Since after the Civil War, either you follow it structurally or you want to go informal, everything is screwed against the Igbo man. Ask yourself, why your people no stay for house? Two reasons. The federal presence is not there. You need to be engaged for you to stay in one place. But it's also benefiting those that put the structure together. The more you don't live in your house, the more you shut yourself for votes. All these things are common sense. We can do all we want. Politics, not to stand on three legs, money, numbers, and fear. And if you narrow it down, everything is against the Igbo man. The Igbo man was given 20 pounds 50 years ago. How is he want to compete whereby everything is bought? Money, they buy numbers too. As we speak, then they chase the people come up from their village in the southeast so that they will not also take advantage of the numbers. So when people, they talk, they should also understand the reality that we are on. Forget everything that is in the book. I'm glad that he indicted Obasanjo, that it was Obasanjo that supervised the constitution that we are still using today, that went from regional governance to unity. What was the process? Why did the Northern accept that constitution? Because they refused it, if you remember, when we wanted to be one country before the 1960s. It is because the political structure has already been screwed against you. Kanu get two states like Southeast Central of those days. They have to split Anambra into two. Everything, if you don't want to follow it structurally, follow however you want, but it's screwed against you. As I said, just 2023, don't be 1969. Kunkoso repeated the same thing. In fact, he cited that example. But I'm not here to speak for you. I'm a Nigerian. I might not have the skin in the game just like you as an Igbo man, but I also have a niece that Bechi Wuzo. But that is even beside the point. I'm not the young person again. I get gray hair. The least I can do is to tell what I see and then the consequences. So if you bring your PhD, the reason you went after Okpawolo saying, oh, why you know wait it in that time? It is because I have put his PhD under scrutiny. He felt it. There's no way he can respond that comfortable to begin to attack my person. A PhD holder who could not find a vocabulary to express his point says what? Says he doesn't have a depth knowledge about what he's talking about. So as I said, yes, I'm not an Igbo man, but we are here again. Obi, as we speak today, is the most popular candidate as far as Nigeria is concerned. I might not see it 4 years ago, but I see it now. Why is he finding a political party to hang on? Therefore, don't they rush him if he's not an Igbo man. Every political party in this country will be running after him. Now, small 11 million way was in a Buhari get. The whole country come together and put him as the leader of the ticket. Why? Today, people like you to see the advocate that Obi should join a ticket, somebody has a ticket, so they can be in power. And I understand that the intellectuals have also keyed into that turn-by-turn agreement. Don't just die. You will stand a chance of being appointed as a minister one day, as an ambassador one day. So don't come here and say, oh, 1967, 1979, Kwame. Yes, I knew. If to say they put the Kwame on top of the ticket, would they have won? That's the question. There were 3 R's that was, trying to implement after the Civil War. Is any of them working for you? Reconciliation, rehabilitation, and what again? Is any of them working for you? So this, as I said, now the season be this time to twist. But to what Soli was talking about, I am here to confront anybody that will come and say the average Nigerian is stupid for not voting for his candidate. That average Nigeria is stupid because doesn't know what he's doing. The time don't come. I will ask you, what have you done for the past 2-3 years going to the election? But we might disagree. We are here talking about Nnamdi Kanu. We can disagree with who he is. But what he is fronting, let's even put it that way, in the front arm, is something nobody can deny. That the average Igbo man, his citizenry is questioned in this country. So again, our politics with they play. If you go join PDP, they will tell you say na consensus. Then people get parties will come together and put what they want there. If you say now open primaries, it's all about delegates who get money parts. How many billionaires they southeastern states the Igbo people get? Because it's a reality. Obi is receiving this love, and there's nothing the power can do against it because they don't know where money they. He's not stupid. He's also studied his people over time. They are right in that country. Again, my PhD holders can come and speak all the grammar you want. Reality is actually louder than any certificate you can ever summon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Ugwa, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. I don't know what's Okwebelo's own with PhD holders. Should I get your own? Some of these rants, I don't know what to say. There are a lot of people that have ranted there. I don't even know what John Abba was trying to say. I don't know what's his point. I don't know where it's coming from. A lot of these things. It's just, like I said the other time, it's like an epidemic, and I'm not calling anybody, but it's an epidemic of fools. We're under siege. The country is under siege, and people are talking about, I don't even know what he was trying to say anyway. Okay, so this is the way I see things as it stands now. This whole thing is well coordinated, well planned, is orchestrated. And if it's the problem we have in this country is that most times we don't look back to look forward. If you look back and you listen to everything that has come out over the last 10 years, what people have said, you'll come to realize that everything is playing out according to what people have said. Melafia from Southern Kaduna said it. Nnamdi Kanu said it. A lot of people said it. The military intel, they all said it. And somebody is coming to tell us that these things are just criminalities. It's absolute rubbish. Hogwash. Doesn't make any sense. So what do we do from this point? My advice for everybody is to defend themselves. But we have to defend ourselves smartly. I shall know that I'm not going to leave my village to be taken over. Whatever I require, I can do. I'm going to do my part. If it means to help in any way, I will. Because the right to defend oneself is enshrined in international law. So, and we can't give up. This can't just be the end, isn't it? I'm sure we can't give up. That it's going to be what it's going to be. For God's sake, I don't want to live under Sharia law. I don't want to live under the Fulani hegemony. So if you're asking me to just give up, I don't understand what you mean. I want to still go back to my village where I can rest with my elders and drink palm wine and eat what I want to eat. Where you know your next door neighbor and you can talk stories into the night. For God's sake, this can't just be the end. So my advice and my call is for everybody to keep pushing. You can support those people that are back home by all means necessary. You can continue to engage with those people that are your representatives wherever you are in the diaspora. And you can continue to engage in social media, keep tagging, keep talking to people, and keep bringing this injustice to the light. That's all I've got to say. And before I close my rant, I'll say that Nnamdi Kanu was like a beacon of hope for all of us. He said things that many people could not say. He said it, and he's paying for it. So the way I see it is that he's our sacrificial lamb, and I hope that somebody else will rise that will continue to unify and continue to speak truth to power. And lastly, Alia is a disgrace, absolute disgrace. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uwa. We forgot to, at the beginning of the rant, we forgot to tell viewers at home and those who are participating on the chat to rate the best. Starting next year, we will be giving out a gift to the person that gave out the best.
Let me stop you there, Doctor. So what I've been working along this year now, ways you said in the beginning of the year that somebody has to win. So why you still say how they work out like this?
I'm looking at the bank account. It's not adding up. So let's hope that next year will be better. But we'll give a gift. So those who are watching, you can vote for the best rant so far. I think we have 3 more people. Forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm kind of, it's really strange that some people believe that Fulanis can actually take over any group in this country. They can't. What they are doing is just destabilizing the nation, prepping it for people to be able to do whatever they want to do. The idea that Fulani can actually defeat, let's say, this in terms of taking over the southeast, they didn't even take over the north technically. In terms of the Hausas are still the dominant group there. They didn't exactly kill everybody there. It's Islam they are following, and the stupidity of them, from my point of view. Okay, say what you want to say because you're I really want to hear it. Go ahead.
No,
because
forefather, you I don't know if maybe you don't have a handle of Nigerian history. What are you saying?
Go ahead and talk.
No, sorry. Don't be offended. Go ahead.
Who control power control you. That's what it means. Not that physically taking over.
So when Israelis are controlling American politics, they don't. Everywhere. So they don't. Please let me finish what I'm saying. They have their influence. The point is that if they are able to convert you, so what? You were converted to Christianity too. What I see as a problem is the one that is actually going to kill us, and people don't seem to see it. This one seems to think that he's going to die if he converts to Islam. Believe you me, that is the least of your problem. If you think that's your problem, you don't know what you are talking about. And KJ, I really find you very disturbing. So hold on. I really find you very disturbing because all you care about is sometimes I feel like you are working with Americans and trying to make sure their vision for us come to fruition. The way you behave, there is no fact you see that you don't twist it to tribal one. There is nothing you see. No matter even if Trump and America confess that they fund Boko Haram itself, even if you know that they are actually friends, they have their biggest military base in Qatar right now. In Saudi Arabia itself, the headquarters of all Muslims, they are their tight friend right now. They had the prince of Amman what's his name? In Washington just last week or so. You pretend as if you can't see it, but yet you are so twerking for Trump, twerking for America. You are very, very disturbing. Your behavior, I find it very disturbing.
Prophets, do your rant now. Leave him alone. Don't be personal. Do your rant.
It's also part of rant. It's ranting.
Call him out on what he's doing. There is nothing he sees. He doesn't turn it to tribalism.
I have a right to respond. So
it's not
you
done.
can respond. You have a right to respond if you want to respond.
No, finish
so
up.
My point is that I don't like people that want to turn us against each other. I don't like them. They are evil. Because they are the ones that got us into this mess in the first place. The spirit that drives them is the spirit that got us into this mess in the first place. We all sided with the British to destroy our very kingdoms. And this so-called gnashing of teeth. Do you know what the Benin Kingdom has gone through? Before the British arrived here, they were one of the largest empires in Nigeria. They are a shadow of themselves. Can you actually tell me the Igbos are a shadow of themselves today from when the British arrived? Are you going to tell me that? You don't know people, the South, they barely have anything.
This grasping of it of one side only. You guys can't even see that your own fellow people are dying everywhere. You pretend as if you care. You say you care, and you say, "Oh, the people they hate the Southeasterners." When you know Southeasterners are part of the problem, they go to this Abuja there. Some of them you elected them this last time. We pretend as if you are deaf and blind. You elected them, and they go there and start doing the same thing again. Even from Labour Party, they went there. After you don't ask yourself, what is going on? Why do you think it's only against Southeasterners? Have Hausas been president of Nigeria? Hausas, they make up the largest group in Nigeria. Have they been president of Nigeria? If you are so keen on being president, if that's so important, I told you, create a presidential council system. We have 6 geopolitical zones. You elect one president, everybody goes to the presidential council. Then you have your presidency. Then stop complaining about presidency. The idea that it's only one side. And everybody's full and eating, oh, they have all the power. It's ridiculous. We don't have any power. What power do we have? Trump said one thing, the whole country is in chaos. We barely can survive because of this compromised mindset of men. Men. All you people are so primed to do is fight each other. That's what you are so primed to do. And that makes you extremely weak. All the person that wants to do to you, when you finish killing each other, they'll just push the last person down and take over like they did before. And even if they've done it before, some people can't even learn from history. They are incapable. Men so into their feeling and so into their bigotry against each other. Bigotry. And your women, I feel sorry for them. I really feel sorry for your women because personally, I'm ashamed of our people. Sometimes, let me say you know what you need to do. Search your soul. Search your soul. Those your forefathers that fell. Stop. Try to correct the errors that they made because they sided against. They work with the British to destroy your own kingdoms in that southeast. They did that. Even the Yoruba king was with the British when they came to Lagos to destroy it. We are so weird. We are astoundingly good at destroying each other. And because this narrative has carried on since then till now, nobody seems to be able to even check facts for what it truly represents. What makes you think this Fulani thing that is going on or Arabization is so separate from the West? Why is the West so friendly with them? Don't you ask yourself? Don't you ask yourself that question? If they were so evil to the West, then why is the West so close to them? Why can't you just see truth for what it is? You are a black man. You have to defend yourself in this life. Man, the Chinese, you can give it to them. They don't play around. Those Mongoloids. They defend their own interests. They don't care about what the Igbo people think. The whole world hates them. They don't care. Why do you always so primed to fight each other all the time instead of worrying about, hey, we are all black people here, including those Fulanis that are paid like mumu, killing each other every day. Do you know that the Fulanis, they themselves are under threat? If Fulanis were in Sudan right now, they will be killing them too. That's how stupid our people are. If Fulanis right now that were killing fellow Nigerians, if they were in Sudan, they will be killing them too. We really need to ask ourselves, think hard. I don't know whether it's hard, but for me, it's not hard. Just look at the facts on the ground. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Dexter, you are next.
I thought you were going to give me opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Dexter. I forgot that. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is KJ on this program. My real name is Okechukwu Robert. Just to put things facts. When we start this program and we talk about the Nigerian issue, and we come out to talk about the Nigerian issue, and we bash the Igbos, we are known and loved. In fact, when I tell this program, many of you love me. You say, this guy, he's a nice guy. Because why? I'm talking about the Igbos and I'm bashing them. The day that I said to bring about the Igbo issue and talked about it, I became the bad guy. I was no longer loved by the North or the South. I became the person who is now tribalistic. But you see, you know what? I said something here. The Igbos for a long time have allowed the stories to be told about them by others. We now have chosen to tell the story ourselves. And I don't come here to, I'm not here to contest popularity, for a popularity contest. I'm not waiting for you to approve what I'm doing or not. Let's tell the truth. That's all we're asking. What you have said many things, forefather, and you seem to narrow down on me, but let me say, I just want to be nice and calm. One, I am Igbo. I am a Christian. I do not wish, and I will not leave this earth ever as a Muslim. I repeat myself. I will never, capital, leave this earth as a Muslim. So, if the whole world let them become Muslims, and your community and yourself can become a Muslim, I will not be one. Okay? That's the day that we say goodbye to the earth. All right? Now, having said that, you cannot begin to determine for us what is good for us. That's always the problem with people. You determine your own fate, and then you want to decide what the Igbos should want and how they should react. Your people may decide that they like the way they are being treated, and it's okay if you want it. You don't want to cry. Why do you want me not to cry? Because you feel offended that I'm crying? This thing is happening to us. We feel we're not maximizing our potentials in the situation we find ourselves because we are being constrained. And you don't want us to say, hey, let us sit back and rearrange this thing. You are married. If you are married, when your wife comes and say, forefather, I have an issue and I want to discuss it, you say, hey, madam, get away. Don't tell me anything. Is that how you live in your house? Or you sit down and trash it out and until you come to a compromise that will work for both of you? We have been this contraption for more than 100 years. And each time it is brought up that we should sit down and decide how each tribe will be represented adequately and contribute to national development, it is buffed up. And you keep saying this thing. My brother, the Igbos went to war without any guns. We went to our hands. Okay? And if you know anything about the Igbos, you keep quoting Benin Kingdom. The Igbos fought the British for 100 years before they even took over. And if you know any little thing about the Igbos, the women, there's a war called the Ekumeku War. It was fought by the Igbo women. It was fought by the Igbo women. So don't push us. Don't. We are capable. I repeat myself. The Igbo people are capable. Okay? So don't bring this your rant. Excuse me. No, I'll let you rant. I'll let you rant. Let me speak.
I talked about.
Let me speak. Yes, I'm Igbo. You're talking to me. You're talking about the whole people. So I am. If you like to say I'm tribalistic, it's okay. You are also tribalistic because you have been. One day I played a music here. I played music here. There was one woman was dancing, which for me was entertainment for me. But you came up to say it is against the South. Okay, you came up to say this is how we install the South. I'm playing to make fun of the woman. I don't know how that happened, but I stopped playing it. Okay, so that is not being tribalistic. That is being nationalistic. And I ask you, raw forefather, the Igbos have houses in everywhere in Nigeria. Where does your people have houses? Is there any part of Nigeria I can point to me and say your people from your tribe have houses built in that state?
Then why are you so tribalistic?
Hold on. So if we are tribalistic, then how do we go to Kanu?
You, why you say wait? You.
How do we go? Look at what he's saying. You now.
I'm talking to you. I've always talked to you. I never talked about anybody else. You.
Forefather, let me tell you. I grew in the north. I went primary school in the north. I went to secondary school in the north. All my friends are northerners. Do you think I will be tribalistic?
And yet you are the most tribalistic.
My family, excuse me, forefather. My father was one of the first people who returned to the north after the end of the Civil War. We all were born in the north. Are you telling me that I don't have blood? I speak Tiv language fluently.
And yet you are the most tribalistic.
Go and sit down. Okay, well, that's my rant. I want you guys to know, when you come here, stand your ground. You see, one of the reasons why we are like America is we say Americans, they say stand your ground. They stand their ground. They believe in what they believe and they do it. And the mere fact that most of us from the South and the Middle Belt are saying America should come because we are not afraid. We're not terrorists. The whatever you're trying to protect have not helped anybody in Nigeria. The mineral resources in Nigeria have not helped us. Have you helped us? The people who are milking the country are there. And you are telling me to follow that same trajectory that I've seen that have now become 50 years and above, and I have not seen any change. And you are thinking that change will come tomorrow. And that will not happen. So it's either we sort it out now or let us everybody go their own various ways. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Dexter, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Nice show. So one of the things I would say is this. You know, one of the good things about this show is that it actually shows us, it depicts the characteristics of each and every one of us. So one thing we can see here is that, you see, on this show, there are some people that, you know, Jonathan said something recently, that leadership is actually, some people should never be found in position of leadership. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, after when Abu Salami was handing over power to the civilians, many people didn't believe he was going to hand over power. So many people that were supposed to be leaders, you know, credible leaders, did not get involved in the leadership selection process, which is politics. So they stayed away. However, refracts, people who had no business being there got involved, took a gamble, got involved. And ever since they took over, they got into that position. They don't add value. All they think about is how to grab, how to take out. They don't realize that being in a position of leadership is a position to serve, whereby the people you have under you, like they say, the best leaders are those that surround themselves with people that are better than them. So they allow those people to thrive. Even in this platform here, we can see, you know, among us, the people that will not make good leaders cannot listen. If somebody is talking, they want to impose, you know, leadership is not about imposing your dogmatic view and your bias into a system. It's your ability to listen to diverse opinions of people and make sense of everything, make it coherent and make sense of it in a way that everybody will appreciate. You know, but even here we can see that some of us cannot even see beyond our nose, you know, and we have some dogmatic views. How can we be, you know, the question is, Nigeria it's just like you have a home and your children are suffering from a disease. You don't have the solution to the disease. There's somebody outside say, I have the drug that can help your children. Say, no, you want to come and take over, you want to come and eat the food in my house. That's why you want to come. The person that is outside is already eating well and eating fine. His children are okay. Say, let me help you. You say, no, don't come. I want to take the food in my house. It's better for my children to die from the disease. You know, that is when I hear people spilling the narrative that they want to come for our resources. They want to come for this. They want to come. What are we talking about? There are many people that split that narrative. They're not even living in Nigeria. If you want to come on this show and be telling us that they want to come for resources, please relocate back to Nigeria. Stop staying outside. If the resources in Nigeria are so rich and so good for Nigeria, stop. I see it as the height of wickedness. And some people will say, oh, the British came and that's how they come. It's the wickedness that those people are spilling now. Because you are living outside the country, living fast in a place where that is okay and fine. Then you don't care about the people back home. Oh, don't do anything. Or they want to come and take your resources. Resources for who? Who did the resources help? Who did the resources help? When are we going to emancipate our minds, like Bob Marley said? When is our mind going to be emancipated? You see, like I said, Dr. Damages, one of the things we must do from this show, you know, we must come together. You see, unfortunately, we have lost value system. I was speaking to somebody recently in Nigeria. Oh, they said, and it's a church. They said, I'm building a school. They said, oh, we want to build a school. We want to be like Winners. We want to be like Redeem. And I was thinking recently, when I was driving, schools are not actually supposed to be profitable ventures. That's not why you build a school. You don't build a school because you want to make money. You build a school because you want to shape the society. You want to shape the next generation. So that's why schools are run by trust. You have trustees who are putting money into that school to make sure that they are shaping the next generation. Dr. Damages, one of the things we must do from this show is that we must come together and decide, even if it is one state at a time, let us come together, create something so that we can become trustees of one school in Nigeria and make sure that these children that come out from that school, the next generation, their minds are shaped in a way that they can challenge the world. Because one of the things that happens is that many people's education here is whacked, completely whacked. That is the ability to pontificate, and see beyond their nose, and see 50 years in the future. And why I fear, because what are they giving the next generation? There's a generation here that is lost. So we have to look at what are we going to do for the next generation. If people look, so okay, your children are in the Western world, fine, they are good at fun, but we must think about those children in Nigeria that are going to school. They need people that will decide, look, this is the kind of education, these are the value system. Look, education is not about learning about history alone or government or mathematics or science. No, it's about the value system put into those individuals. And I think one thing we must do here is come together and become trustees, even if it's one school at a time. Become trustees, help in building their curriculum, help in setting their value system, so that we'll be able to say, in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, there will be a set of children that can be leaders. Until we start doing that as people in diaspora, because look, it's what people like in India did. We have to start shaping the next mind, because if we allow what is happening, this is just a minuscule of this. People that have gone abroad are still having a very warped mindset. And then what is the hope for the people behind? How can they be killing people in your place and you justify it and say another person should, because he wants to? Which resources? Who has the resources helped? I was there in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, when places like Wheelbros was balkanized. Till today, it is not working. Wheelbros was employing lots and lots of people. Wheelbros used to have a bus that goes around Port Harcourt, the whole of Port Harcourt. At that time, Port Harcourt was River State, was Bayelsa, was in River State. They have buses going everywhere. And all of a sudden, through militancy, they want to take our resources, they want to do this one. The place cannot employ 1/10 of what they employ today. In the name of what? The people's lives have become worse. The company has gone, training has gone, some people have become richer. And that's how some of us here, because we are abroad, will be saying, oh, why don't we love our people? Why don't we want them to see the light? What is wrong with the African man? What is wrong with the black man? I have a doctor friend in Nigeria. I asked him, what can we do what is the solution? He said, look, there's one solution. Anything a black man touches. He's working in Nigeria, one of the best surgeons in Nigeria. Anything a black man touches, he destroys it. We must emancipate the next generation so that they will not make the mistakes, so that we will not raise up some of our dogmatic views in the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dexter. Dexter, I sent you a message so you can look at it. Private message. Okija, you are next.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Dabejis, and please, people like, subscribe, and send your gift. Thank you. One of the, sometimes, some people, they don't know they are terrorists, or terrorist sympathizers, and they come on air and open their mouth, just like Adeshina, when people were being killed, he told them, okay, what value is your land, when you can live, that's basically they should leave their land for terrorists. You see forefathers here, talking about telling people, because what does it matter? You were Christian, then you can become a Muslim. Forefather, you don't know that you're a terrorist sympathizer. You don't know you're a terrorist. You think terrorism is only when you carry gun. When you shoot people, you are a terrorist, a real terrorist.
He is not a terrorist. You are the terrorist. You are the terrorist. You don't know you're an internet terrorist. You are the terrorist. You are the terrorist enabler.
Fidel, please let him rant.
Okay. Anyway, when I was like a lot of people here, we grew up in the church in Nigeria. I grew up in the Anglican church, and when I was small, we were still praying in Igbo, and I would, it would come to that part where they say, pray for your country, and we'll be saying this prayer, and the voice, the way I would put it in English, the voice would tell me to shut the fuck up, I didn't know, that's basically the way the voice would tell me to shut the fuck up. I'm praying for Nigeria, in church. So I didn't know, now that I'm realizing that voice was telling me that God, God doesn't know about this country. This country is messed up, and you shouldn't pray for this country. That what you should be praying about is to pray for the destruction, dissolving of this country.
So that's basically, like, when you have people like forefathers, like, that's, you understand, he went to school, living in UK, you understand that this country needs to be dissolved. There is no basis for unity. There is no basis for one country. Like, you understand, when you listen to people that, sometimes when I get angry with, I forgot his name, he comes here, he talks about sensitization. What do you need to sensitize by or no longer about? What do you need to sensitize free food kind? What do you need to sensitize him about? That that it was that they are part of the they have to live, that you can't say certain things. Like you hear them say these things. People that went to school, people that they part of the elite in the country, and they talk like that. And you don't see you one Nigeria. You don't sit down in your comfort of your home. Think, is this country supposed to be? Nigeria is not supposed to be. Nigeria is not supposed to be. I don't know. One of the conditions given to Tinubu, but if you didn't know it, one of the conditions given to Tinubu, they are giving condition, not to mess with the Fulani terrorists and Yetiala, to deal with Nnamdi Kanu, not to restructure Nigeria, not to do, like all the what Yoruba people they be talking about, Fafere and Hanez and the people talking about, restructuring, that kind of restructuring. Don't do it. These are what some of the conditions given to him. So whatever is happening to Nnamdi Kanu now is just that's basically that's what he's holding to the agreement he made to them, and that's one. But I thank God, the people of Southeast, because I think what they were expecting people of Southeast, to come out and destroy things, because they know that we're not gonna destroy in Lagos, we're not gonna destroy in the north. Probably that we're gonna come out and destroy our places. They were so happy, they were looking for it. Because you see, when they were trying to pass that judgment, there was no military. Did not move military and police around, to save places. They were expecting us to come out and destroy our thing, and they'll be happy that if we did it. But that's basically Nigeria for you. But I'm happy that a lot of people are realizing what's going on. And what's his name? The young guy, and KJ. You people are talking about. You don't know what is going on. These people, we are surrounded already. I have someone that went to the village in Anambra City, Anambra South, and then the person went to the village. So on Sunday, the person didn't go to church. I was like, why didn't you go to church? And the person was like, you go to church. There's no more young person in the church. This person is young. No more young person in the church. That's his old women, old men, But the only thing that when you move around, you see only Hausa people. I don't know, maybe there's a Hausa people riding in the villages in Anambra. You ask yourself, what are they doing in the villages in Anambra? You think they are just Okada riders? I don't know if anyone saw a video of what happened in Owerri. So I think it was last week. How Northern riders, as Okada riders, they were riding all over Owerri, in convoy. So someone was videoing it. Do you know that these guys came around and started beating this guy, and nobody did anything in Owerri, not in the north, in Owerri. I keep maybe Nnamdi Kanu was saying it and we thought he was joking. In the Igbo, we need to get ready. There is war coming. We can't wait until because eventually that's what they want to do. Could you imagine in Anambra State, in Anambra South, where you have young people in the village, they are from the north. What will happen if something breaks up in Nigeria now? What do you think will happen? They are there, getting girls pregnant. We're not thinking about all these things. We need to come together and talk. Nigeria will never work. So we have to find a way to take care of our own, take care of our place. That's my rant.
All right, thank you.
Am I allowed to respond to all these?
Okay, yeah, I'll get to you.
No, that's double ranting.
Somehow we have to end the show.
KJ did the same.
Somehow we have to end the show today. I know that I'll give you 2 minutes for others to respond, but after that, I have only concern. Oh, there are 3 people again. I won't let anybody else in. Anybody who wants to talk can wait for the next stream. I share the link. After
why do you give a terrorist the floor over us? They said he's a terrorist.
Thank you.
Okay, forefathers, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. You think Dr. Damage is a quiet people. See, Okija, you know, I did like Okija because he tends to be more balanced. And to be fair, most people have tried to be most balanced here, apart from one. That said, the reason why I said that, I remember in an earlier live stream by KJ last week, I did say that the way they converted those people to Islam, that's how they converted it to Christianity. That is the context I was speaking from when I said, what is the difference between both of you? You are just as far removed from your heritage as they are. They are just as crazy, and he, especially him, because all he cares about is, oh, I'm fighting for Christianity. Look how you hear what he said. He would rather die a Christian than anything else. As if that's his forefather's religion, not for your land, though. Christianity. I try. If some people, when you try to wake them up, they will try. That guy, he will die for Trump, and he will die for Christianity. He doesn't care about Igbo people. He uses Igbo people are just words. Because everything he aspires for is going to destroy his own kingdom. Like people like him did it before. He can't think straight. Read any textbook. Sorry, I will finish soon. Read any textbook. Let me
be protected. No, forefather.
You're not being protected. I'm calling only you out. I'm not calling your people out.
Let this guy stop calling me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Don't just make your rank. Leave me out of it, please. I'm not the subject of discussion. If you don't have nothing to say, leave me out of it. I take exception to that, and I'm serious about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, KJ. Maybe for that issue, hold off now. Let me go to other people. Let's finish the ranking. Since this is becoming personal, that's not what I intend when I say we are ranting.
No, it's not personal. It's just ideas. It's not personal.
No, not from both of you. You know, I think we should. But maybe I'll come back. Let me just hear from Constance. 2 minutes. We have to round up. I have to go. It's almost 5 hours here.
No, if it's 2 minutes, let another person talk.
Okay. Who is the next person? Because I wouldn't let anybody in again. I'm sorry. We just the fact that when we are. Let me tell you guys. My hope. This is Dr. Soda really. That I shouldn't do more than 3 hours. And I've been going over that because I'm allowing people to come in when we are rounding up. I don't want to do that, but again, I don't want to see people down here and I won't give them any minutes. So Che, I'll give you 2 minutes to rant, and who is the last person left?
You now understand why Buhari had to lure as a dictator.
And Jonaba, 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Damage. It's good to see you and good to see everyone on the panel section and those that are listening. It's quite unfortunate that Nigeria's situation is what it is right now, but it is what I've predicted. I would recommend everyone to listen to me in previous, you may disagree, but everything I've been saying has been coming to pass. I made it clear, was it not 2 weeks ago, that now that Nigeria is now part of the CPC, right, they will use their proxies to escalate the situation. And that's what is going on in Nigeria right now. I said it clearly on this platform. I talked about I gave examples of countries. You see, I think the problem with a lot of us is that I think it is trauma. There's an element of collective trauma for those of us that are inviting Uncle Sam. Either it is collective trauma, or it is ignorance, or it is just emotional madness, or just some level of mental damage, because someone that is mentally damaged cannot think straight. You see, Africa is a very interesting continent. You know why Africa is very interesting? Now, Africa comprised of the most intelligent people, the tallest people, and even the most foolish people, because we have the highest pool of genetic variants. So you have different kind of people. But it seems like Nigeria, they pack so many of those most foolish people. They pack them in Nigeria. It seems so. The people that have the most foolish in terms of political reasoning, coincidentally, God just put them in Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate, but I'll stop there.
No, you have 30 more seconds. Go ahead. 30 more seconds.
Doctor, let me speak. Let me speak. After I speak, let me speak.
Okay, 30
let
more
me
seconds.
finish. Let me finish. You see,
Yeah.
I have 10 seconds, but I will say that whether we like it or not, our solution, we are asking for solution. Our solution is a political and cultural revolution. And we have to go and pay and sacrifice our lives. Either we are abroad or we are in Nigeria. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Concerns.
Doctor, you see, let me just start by, I was very concerned about when Okija was talking. And Femi started talking about you are the terrorist. It's unfortunate. Even this genocide they're talking about, almost all the Yorubas don't agree that they're genocide. Because why? They want to protect the government. They don't care whether we die or we don't die. That government, the government of Nigeria have become Yoruba's resources. River State and the Niger Delta have their oil and the gas. East have gas. The North have the gold and all the rest. But the Yorubana believe that this government is their own resources. They never agree that there is genocide. They want us to follow them. They want us to keep on following them so that we can all perish. Why can't the Yoruba stand up? Before the Tinubu came in, Yorubas we are talking about having their own country. But now immediately Tinubu came, start putting all their people. Why must people be lazy? Why must a tribe be lazy? People have to wake up, do the right thing, and see how their people can be okay. You people cannot be supporting evil. We're almost dying. This problem we're having now is supposed to put all this to this problem of Sharia. It's not even a full animal. It's not even an Hausa man. It was Obasanjo that pushed it because he want to rule by all means. The same thing Tinubu now went and took this power. He want to rule by all means. Now the agreement with them is that they should whatever Boko Haram is doing, they should allow them. How can a country be there? How can we as people be there and this Boko Haram are coming out in public, do whatever they do? Are they not the people are seeing? The world is seeing and what is happening. Why can a country like Nigeria, if we say we're a giant of Africa, but we can't decimate these people within a week or 2 weeks? If we have a good leader, today, honestly speaking, this people is just a week. Even whenever they are surrounding them, they just bomb them. How can some people who admit that they kill more than 30, 40 people, nobody sentenced them to death? Armed robbers have been sentenced to death. Armed robber with a gun is being sentenced to death. He'll kill one person. But these people that admit they kill 100, 200, 100, but cannot be sentenced to death. And you have a president who is there with the wife and the children and with his companions. Today we are called now as an Islamic state, an Islamic government. This government is Islamic government, a terrorist government. How can we have a president that is a terrorist? This man had been supporting this terrorism. That's what he had been supporting this terrorism until he become president. All that the Buhari was doing, it was okay for them. All the Buhari was doing, it was only mostly the Yorubas that supporting Buhari that we come to get to this extent now. Is it how a country can be run? Let the Yorubas and the Fulani stay together. Let others go and see how where they will go. This is too much. You people supposed stop supporting evil. Evil is bad. Because because you're ruling today. That means everybody will die because with the Yorubas. That's not good, man.
All right.
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, Constance. Finally, John Abba, 2 minutes.
I think our forefathers are not happy with us, and the two power, the Christian and the Islam, one of them will eventually inherit us because we have lived our ways of life. And I'm wondering when will the God of each side will come and defend us. That's why I withdrew myself last weekend when the Reverend was here, Ezekiel. Because to me, it was too sensitive, somebody that buried his loved ones. So for me to go that route, I think it will become like I do not feel his pain. I felt his pain, and I believe that is painful, what is happening in Benue and every other places. But my question is that when God is in heaven and he sits in heaven and he allows his children to die the way people are dying, he will not come in the daytime. I think in the Old Testament, he sent angels and they blind them and all of that. They were coming for them, Elijah and the rest of them. So I'm wondering that I think end of the day, we will end up stand our ground or one of the religion will take over us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonava. That was on time. I really, really appreciate all of you for staying here for 5 hours. It's almost exactly 5 hours today without much of a break. I appreciate all of you. Let me say that tomorrow we are going to bring a group of lawyers. I've been trying to reach out to so many lawyers who are going to weigh in on the judgment of Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know how many that will eventually show up, but we will have a conversation somehow tomorrow on the judgment. I appreciate all of you. Let me thank those that supported us. Very important. Yeah, it's Obi. Okay, thank you so much. You had issues with what is going on here, but this is what we do every Saturday. You know, we rant. Oscar Blackburn, thank you so much.
Send me that money back when you finish, Dr.
Santario, thank you so much. Me, who I be, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Obi, okay, thank you. And I think that's it. The rest are Obi, okay. Thank you, everybody. Oscar Blackburn, thank you. All right, so tomorrow, like I said, we are going to have a conversation on the, hopefully we'll get enough lawyers to go in depth into the judgment itself, what it said, what it means, and everything. We're still working on getting the right people. Let me thank those that watch at home. We appreciate all of you. Remember, Forefathers will take over on the next stream, and you guys can continue the conversation. Jonaba, thank you so much for being here. KJ, thank you so much for being here. OT, thank you so much. Constance, thank you. Forefathers, thank you. Dexter, thank you. Ovie, thank you. Okijan,
I got pay $5. Don't thank me. Send my money to me.
Okijan, thank you so much. And all the people that came in that I don't remember who you are, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. It's not easy to do what you guys do, to share your opinion. I tell you, there are some lawyers I'm calling to come on this show, and they are afraid of coming here to do what you do every Saturday. So you guys are heroes. Thank you, everybody. I'll see
on that,
you.
Dr. Dameji, you appear during the judgment from because are you now indicted one way or the other, or?
Oh, we didn't get to that topic. We didn't get to that topic, you know, but that will tell you also that everything we do.
Dr. Dameji, tell us a bit before you go, because it's important that we know. And also give the disclaimer to all those who are making comments here that they are also being looked at. So maybe towards they have a case in Nigeria, they will use this as a
no, it's actually a fact. We've been trying to say that anything you say, don't you just hear any public space, anything you write, your work people can come up one day and say, there's a case going on in Nigeria, actually, somebody who was suspended from a major fintech company that because of what tweets that he sent out when he wasn't even anybody. So it's something that I think people are aware of that by now. But I'm not saying it's good or bad or anything, but we should all be concerned about what we say in public, how we say it, and not just for today, for the next 10 years, wherever you may see yourself. There are a lot of people, because of what they've said and written, they may not be able to get a security pass in certain places and things like that. So it's a common thing. Yeah. That's all I can say for now. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just say something quickly about this? And I really have to appreciate the way you conduct yourself. People don't say that enough, how dispassionate you are, and you are able to hold conversations that are this tense. I can assure you that everybody knows that. So I have to recognize that the way you handled yourself today has been quite impeccable. And people should recognize that. Thank you.
All right.
That's 30-something years experience.
Thank you, Forefathers.
Look at that.
No be school where you go.
Thank you, Forefathers.
Experience.
Thank you, everybody, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. 1 trillion.
I appreciate it. You said you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead.